Father, we love you. Lord, I pray for safety, provision, comfort, peace, healing, rest for all, and that we know you, Lord Jesus. The book of Numbers, chapter 13. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Send men to spy out the land of Canaan, which I am giving to the children of Israel. From each tribe of their fathers you shall send a man, every one a leader among them. So Moses sent them from the wilderness of Paran, according to the command of the Lord. Of all of the men who were heads of the children of Israel. Now these were their names: from the tribe of Reuben, Shammua, the son of Zakur; from the tribe of Simeon, Shemphat, the son of Hori; from the tribe of Judah, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh; from the tribe of Issachar, Igal, the son of Joseph; from the tribe of Ephraim, Hoshea, the son of Nun; from the tribe of Benjamin, Palti, the son of Raphu; from the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel, the son of Sadi; from the tribe of Joseph, that is, from the tribe of Manasseh, Gadi, the son of Suzi; from the tribe of Dan, Amiel, the son of Gamali; from the tribe of Asher, Sethur, the son of Michael; from the tribe of Naphtali, Nabi, the son of Vashi; from the tribe of Gad, Guel, the son of Maki. These are the names of the men whom Moses sent to spy out the land. And Moses called Hoshea, the son of Nun, Joshua. Then Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said to them, Go up this way into the south, and go up to the mountains, and see what the land is like, whether the people who dwell in it are strong or weak, few or many, whether the land they dwell in is good or bad, whether the cities they inhabit are like camps or strongholds. Whether the land is rich or poor, and whether there are forests there or not. Be of good courage, and bring some of the fruit of the land. Now the time was the season of the first ripe grapes. So they went up and spied out the land from the wilderness of Zin as far as Rohab, near the entrance of Hamath. And they went up through the south and came to Hebron, Iman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the descendants of Anak, were there. Now Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. Then they came to the valley of Eshcol, and there cut down a branch with one cluster of grapes. They carried it between two of them on a pole. They also brought some of the pomegranates and figs. The place was called the Valley of Eshcol, because the cluster which the men of Israel cut down there. And they returned from spying out the land after 40 days. Now they departed and came back to Moses and Aaron and all the congregation of the children of Israel in the wilderness of Paran at Kadesh. Now they brought back word to them and all the congregation and showed them the fruit of the land. Then they told them and said, We went to the land where you sent us. It truly flows with milk and honey, and this is the fruit. Nevertheless, the people who dwell in the land are strong. The cities are fortified and very large. Moreover, we saw the descendants of Anak there. The Amalekites dwell in the land of the south. The Hittites and Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the mountains, and the Canaanites dwell in by the sea and along the banks of the Jordan. Then Caleb quieted the people before Moses and said, "Let us go up at once and take possession, for we are well able to overcome it." But the men who had gone up with him said, "We are not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we." And they gave the children of Israel a bad report of the land which they had spied out, saying, "The land through which we have gone as spies is a land that devours its inhabitants, and all the people whom we saw in it are men of great stature. There we saw the giants, the descendants of Anak came from the giants, and we were like grasshoppers in our own sight, and so we were in their sight." So all the congregation lifted up their voices and cried, and the people wept that night. And all the children of Israel complained against Moses and Aaron, and the whole congregation said to them, "If only we had died in the wilderness of Egypt, or if only we had died in the wilderness. Why has the Lord brought us to this land to fall by the sword, that our wives and children should become victims? Would it not be better for us to return to Egypt?" So they said to one another, "Let us select a leader and return to Egypt." Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation and the children of Israel. But Joshua the son of Nun and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, who were among those who had spied out the land, tore their clothes, and they spoke to all congregation of the children of Israel, saying, "The land we passed through to spy out is an exceedingly good land. If the Lord delights in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it to us, a land which flows with milk and honey." Only do not rebel against the Lord, nor fear the people of the land, for they are our bread. Their protection has departed from them, and the Lord is with us. Do not fear them. And all the congregation said to stone them and with stones. Now the glory of the Lord appeared in the tabernacle of meeting before all the children of Israel. Then the Lord said to Moses, "How long will these people reject me? And how long will they not believe me with all the signs which I have performed among them? I will strike them with the pestilence and disinherit them, and I will make of you a nation greater and mightier than they." And Moses said to the Lord, "Then the Egyptians will hear it, and for by your might you brought these people up from among them, and they will tell it to the inhabitants of this land. They have heard that you, Lord, are among these people, that you, Lord, are seen face to face, and your cloud stands above them, and you go before them in a pillar of a cloud by day and in a pillar of fire by night. Now, if you kill these people as one man, then the nations which have heard of your fame will speak, saying, 'Because the Lord was not able to bring the people to the land which he swore to give them, therefore he killed them in the wilderness.' And now I pray, let the power of my Lord be great, just as you have spoken, saying, 'The Lord is long-suffering and abundant in mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression. But he by no means clears the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the third and fourth generation. Pardon the iniquity of this people. I pray according to the greatness of your mercy, just as you have forgiven these people from Egypt even until now.' Then the Lord said, I have pardoned according to your word. But truly, as I live, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of the Lord, because all these men who have seen my glory and the signs which I did in Egypt and in the wilderness, and have put me to the test now these 10 times, and have not heeded my voice, they certainly shall not see the land of which I swore to their fathers, nor shall any of those who rejected me see it. But my servant Caleb, because he has a different spirit in him and has followed me fully, I will bring into the land where he went, and his descendants shall inherit it. Now the Amalekites and the Canaanites dwell in the valley. Tomorrow turn and move out into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, how long shall I bear with this evil congregation who complain against me? I have heard the complaints which the children of Israel make against me. Say to them, as I live, says the Lord, just as you have spoken in my hearing, so I will do to you. The carcasses of you who have complained against me shall fall in this wilderness. All of you who were numbered according to your entire number, from 20 years old and above, except for Caleb the son of Jephunneh and Joshua the son of Nun, you shall by no means enter the land which I swore I would make you dwell in. But your little ones, whom you said would be victims, I will bring in, and they shall know the land which you have despised. But as for you, your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, and your sons shall be shepherds in the wilderness 40 years, and bear the brunt of your infidelity until your carcasses are consumed in the wilderness. According to the number of the days in which you spied out the land, 40 days for each day you shall bear your guilt 1 year, namely 40 years, and you shall know my rejection. I, the Lord, have spoken this. I will surely do so to all this evil congregation who are gathered together against me. In this wilderness they shall be consumed, and they shall die. Now the men whom Moses went to spy out the land, who returned and made all the congregation complain against him by bringing a bad report of the land, those very men who brought the evil report about the land died by the plague before the Lord. But Joshua the son of Nun and Caleb the son of Jephunneh remained alive of the men who went to spy out the land. And then Moses spoke these words to all the children of Israel, and the people mourned greatly. And they rose early in the morning and went up to the top of the mountain, saying, here we are, and we will go up to the place which the Lord has promised, for we have sinned. And Moses said, now why do you transgress the command of the Lord? For this will not succeed. Do not go up, lest you be defeated by your enemies. For the Lord is not among you. For the Amalekites and the Canaanites are there before you, and you shall fall by the sword, because you have turned away from the Lord. The Lord will not be with you. But they presumed to go up to the mountaintop. Nevertheless, neither the ark of the covenant of the Lord nor Moses departed from the camp. Then the Amalekites and the Canaanites who dwelt in that mountain came down and attacked them and drove them back as far as Hormah. Chapter 15. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the children of Israel and say to them, when you have come into the land you are to inhabit, which I am giving to you, And you make an offering by fire to the Lord, a burnt offering or a sacrifice to fulfill a vow, or as a free will offering, or in your appointed feast to make a sweet aroma to the Lord from the herd of the flock. Then he who presents his offering to the Lord shall bring a grain offering of 1/10 of 1 ephah and of fine flour mixed with 1/4 of hin of oil, and 1/4 of a hin of wine as a drink offering you shall prepare with the burnt offering or the sacrifice for each lamb. Or for a ram you shall prepare as a grain offering 2/10 of an ephah, or fine flour mixed with 1/3 of a hin of oil. And as a drink offering you shall offer 1/3 of a hin of wine as a sweet aroma to the Lord. And when you prepare a young bull as a burnt offering, or as a sacrifice to fulfill a vow, or as a peace offering to the Lord, then shall be offered with the young bull a grain offering of 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with half a hin of oil. And you shall bring as the drink offering half a hin of wine as an offering made by fire, a sweet aroma to the Lord. Thus it shall be done for each young bull, for each ram, or for each lamb or young goat, according to the number that you prepare. So you shall do with everyone according to their number. All who are native born shall do these things in this manner, in presenting an offering made by fire, a sweet aroma to the Lord. For if a stranger dwells with you, or whoever is among you throughout your generations, and would present an offering made by fire, a sweet aroma to the Lord, just as you do, so shall he do. One ordinance shall be for you of the assembly and for the stranger who dwells with you, an ordinance forever throughout your generations. As you are, so shall the stranger be before the Lord. One law and one custom shall be for you, and for the stranger who dwells with you. Again the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When you come into the land to which I bring you, then I will be when you eat of then it will be when you eat of the bread of the land that you shall offer up a heave offering to the Lord. You shall offer up a cake of the first of the ground meal as a heave offering, as a heave offering of the threshing floor. So shall you offer it up. Of the first of your ground meal, you shall give to the Lord a heave offering throughout your generations. If you sin unintentionally, do not observe all these commandments which the Lord has spoken to Moses. All that the Lord has commanded you by the hand of Moses, from the day of the Lord gave commandment and onward throughout your generations. Then it will be, if it is unintentionally committed, without the knowledge of the congregation, that the whole congregation shall offer one young bull as a burnt offering, as a sweet aroma to the Lord, with its grain offering and its drink offering, according to the ordinance, and the one kid of the goats as a sin offering. So the priest shall make atonement for the whole congregation of the children of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them, for it was unintentional. They shall bring their offering, an offering made by fire to the Lord, and their sin offering before the Lord for their unintended sin. It shall be forgiven in the whole congregation of the children of Israel, and the stranger who dwells among them, because all the people did it unintentionally. And if a person sins unintentionally, then he shall bring a female goat in its first year as a sin offering. So the priest shall make atonement for the person who sins unintentionally. Then when he sins unintentionally before the Lord, to make atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. You shall have one law for him who sins unintentionally, for him who is native born among the children of Israel, and for the stranger who dwells among them. But the person who does anything presumptuously, whether he is native born or a stranger, that one brings reproach on the Lord, and he shall be cut off from among his people, because he has despised the word of the Lord and has broken his commandment. That person shall be completely cut off. His guilt shall be upon him. Now, while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. And those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregation. They put him under guard because it had not been explained that what should be done to him. Then the Lord said to Moses, "The man must surely be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones outside the camp." So as the Lord commanded Moses, all the congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him with stones, and he died. Again, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel. Tell them to make tassels on the corners of their garments throughout their generations, and to put a blue thread in the tassel of the corners. And you shall have the tassel, that you may look upon it and remember all the commandments of the Lord and do them, and that you may not follow the harlotry to which your own heart and your own eyes are inclined, and that you may remember and do all the commandments and be holy for your God. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God." Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Now Korah, the son of Ithar, the son of Kahath, the son of Levi, with Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Peleth, sons of Reuben, took men. And they rose up before Moses with some of the children of Israel, 250 leaders of the congregation, and representatives of the congregation, men of renown. They gathered together against Moses and Aaron and said to them, "You take too much upon yourselves, for all the congregation is holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Why then do you exalt yourselves above the assembly of the Lord?" So when Moses heard it, he fell on his face. And he spoke to Korah and all his company, saying, "Tomorrow morning the Lord will show who is his and who is holy, and will cause him to come near to him. That one whom he chooses, he will cause to come near to him. Do this. Take censers, Korah, and all your company. Put fire in them. Put fire in them, and put incense in them before the Lord tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom the Lord chooses is the Holy One. You take too much upon yourselves, you sons of Levi. And Moses said to Korah, "Hear now, you sons of Levi. Is it a small thing to you that the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel to bring you near to himself, to do the work of the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to serve them, and that he has brought you near to himself, you and all your brethren, the sons of Levi, with you? And are you seeking the priesthood also? Therefore you and all your company are gathered together against the Lord. And what is Aaron that you complain against him? And Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, but they said, we will not come up. It is a small thing that you have brought us up out of the land flowing with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness, that you should keep acting like a prince over us. Moreover, you have not brought us into the land flowing with milk and honey, nor given us inheritance of fields and vineyards. Will you put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up. Then Moses was very angry and said to the Lord, do not respect their offering. I have not taken one donkey from them, nor have I hurt one of them. And Moses said to Korah, tomorrow you and all your company be present before the Lord, you and they, as well as Aaron. Let each take his censer and put incense in it, and each of you bring his censer before the Lord, 250 censers, both you and Aaron, each with his censer. So every man took a censer, put it fire in it, laid incense on it, and stood at the door of the tabernacle of meeting with Moses and Aaron. And Korah gathered all the congregation against them at the door of the tabernacle of meeting. Then the glory of the Lord appeared to all the congregation. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. Then they fell on their faces and said, O God, the God of the spirit of all flesh, shall one man sin and you be angry with all the congregation? So the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, speak to the congregation, saying, get away from the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. Then Moses rose and went to Dathan, Abiram, and the elders of Israel followed him. And he spoke the congregation, saying, depart now from the tents of these wicked men. Touch nothing of theirs, lest you be consumed in all their sins. So they got away from around the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And Dathan and Abiram came out and stood at the door of their tents with their wives, their sons, and their little children. And Moses said, by this you shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all these works, for I have not done them on my own will. If these men die naturally like all men, or if they are visited by the common fate of all men, then the Lord has not sent me. But if the Lord creates a new thing, and the earth opens its mouth and swallows them up with all that belongs to them, and they go down alive into the pit, then you will understand that these men have rejected the Lord. Now it came to pass, as he finished speaking all these words, that the ground split apart under them, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up with their households, and all the men with Korah and all their goods. So they and all those with them went down alive into the pit. The earth closed over them, and they perished from among the assembly. Then all Israel who were around them fled at their cry, for they said, lest the earth swallow us up also. And a fire came out from the Lord and consumed the 250 men who were offering incense. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, tell Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, to pick up the censers out of the blaze, for they are holy, and scatter the fire some distance away. The censers of these men who sinned against their own souls, let them be made into hammered plates as a covering for the altar, because they presented them before the Lord. Therefore they are holy, and they shall be a sign to the children of Israel. So Eleazar the priest took the bronze censers, which those who were burned up had presented, and they were hammered out as covering on the altar, to be a memorial to the children of Israel, that no outsider who is not a descendant of Aaron should come near to offer incense before the Lord, that he might not become like Korah and his companions, just as the Lord had said to him through Moses. On the next day, all the congregation of the children of Israel complained against Moses and Aaron, saying, "You have killed the people of the Lord." Now it happened, when the congregation had gathered against Moses and Aaron, that they turned toward the tabernacle of meeting, and suddenly the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. Then Moses and Aaron came before the tabernacle of meeting, and the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Get away from among the congregation, that I may consume them in a moment." And they fell on their faces. As Moses said to Aaron, "Take a censer and put fire in it from the altar. Put incense on it, and take it quickly to the congregation and make atonement for them. For the wrath has gone out from the Lord, the plague has begun." Then Aaron took it as Moses commanded and ran into the midst of the assembly. And already the plague had began among the people. So he put in the incense and made atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living. So the plague was stopped. Now those who died in the plague were 14,700, besides those who died in the Korah incident. So Aaron returned to Moses at the door of the tabernacle of meeting, for the plague had stopped. Chapter 17. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel, and get from them a rod from each father's house, all their leaders according to their father's house, 12 rods. Write each man's name on his rod, and you shall write Aaron's name on the rod of Levi. For there shall be one rod for the head of each father's house. And you shall place them in the tabernacle of meeting before the testimony, where I meet with you. And it shall be that the rod of the man whom I choose will blossom. Thus I will rid myself of the complaints of the children of Israel which they make against you." So Moses spoke to the children of Israel, and each one of their leaders gave them a rod apiece, for each leader according to their father's houses, 12 rods, and the rod of Aaron was among their rods. And Moses placed the rods before the Lord in the tabernacle of witness. Now it came to pass on the next day that Moses went into the tabernacle of witness, and behold, the rod of Aaron of the house of Levi had sprouted and put forth buds, and produced blossoms, and yielded ripe almonds. Then Moses brought out all the rods from before the Lord to all the children of Israel, and they looked, and each man took his rod. And the Lord said to Moses, "Bring Aaron's rod back before the testimony, to be kept as a sign against the rebels, that you may put their complaints away from me, lest they die." Thus did Moses, just as the Lord had commanded him, so he did. So the children of Israel spoke to Moses, saying, "Surely we die, we perish, we all perish. Whoever even comes near the tabernacle of the Lord must die. Shall we all utterly die?" Then the Lord said to Aaron, "You and your sons and your father's house with you shall bear the iniquity related to the sanctuary, and you and your sons with you shall bear the iniquity associated with your priesthood. Also bring with you your brethren of the tribe of Levi, the tribe of your father, that they may be joined with you and serve you while you and your sons are with you before the tabernacle of witness. They shall attend to your needs and all the needs of the tabernacle, but they shall not come near the articles of the sanctuary and the altar, lest they die, they and you also. They shall be joined with you and attend to the needs of the tabernacle of meeting, for all the work of the tabernacle, but an outsider shall not come near you. And you shall attend to the duties of the sanctuary and the duties of the altar, that there may be no more wrath on the children of Israel. Behold, I myself have taken your brethren, the Levites, from among the children of Israel. They are a gift to you, given by the Lord to do the work of the tabernacle of meeting. Therefore, you and your sons with you shall attend to your priesthood for everything at the altar and behind the veil, and you shall serve. I give your priesthood to you as a gift for service. The outsider who comes near shall be put to death. And the Lord spoke to Aaron, Here, I myself have also given you charge over my heave offerings. All the holy gifts of the children of Israel, I have given them as a portion to you and your sons as an ordinance forever. This shall be yours of the most holy things, reserved from the fire. Every offering of theirs, every grain offering, and every sin offering, and every trespass offering, which they render to me, shall be most holy for you and your sons. In the most holy place you shall eat it. Every male shall eat it. It shall be holy to you. This also is yours, the heave offering of their gift, with all the wave offerings of the children of Israel. I have given them to you and your sons and daughters with you as an ordinance forever. Everyone who is clean in your house may eat it. All the best of the oil, all the best of the new wine and the grain, the first fruits which they offer to the Lord, I have given them to you. Whatever first ripe fruit is in their land, which they bring to the Lord, shall be yours. Everyone who is clean in your house may eat it. Every devoted thing in Israel shall be yours. Everything that first opens the womb of all flesh, which they bring to the Lord, whether man or beast, shall be yours. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man you shall surely redeem, and the firstborn of unclean animals you shall redeem. And those redeemed of the devoted things you shall redeem from 1 month old, according to your valuation, for 5 shekels of silver, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 gerahs. But the firstborn of the cow, the firstborn of a sheep, or the firstborn of a goat, you shall not redeem. They are holy. They shall sprinkle their blood on the altar and burn their fat as an altar, and burn their fat as an offering made by fire for a sweet aroma to the Lord. And their flesh shall be yours, just as the wave breast and the right thigh are yours. All the heave offerings of the holy things, which the children of Israel offer to the Lord, I have given to you and your sons and daughters with you as an ordinance forever. It is a covenant of salt forever before the Lord with you and your descendants with you. And then the Lord said to Aaron, You shall have no inheritance in their land, nor shall you have any portion among them. I am your portion and your inheritance, and among the children of Israel. Behold, I have given the children of Levi all the tithes in Israel as an inheritance in return for the work which they perform, the work of the tabernacle of meeting. Hereafter the children of Israel shall not come near the tabernacle of meeting, lest they bear sin and die. But the Levites shall perform the work of the tabernacle of meeting, and they shall bear their iniquity. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. that among the children of Israel thou shalt have no inheritance. For the tithes of the children of Israel, which they offer up as a heave offering to the Lord, I have given to the Levites as an inheritance. Therefore I have said to them, among the children of Israel they shall have an inheritance. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak thus to the Levites, and say to them, When you take from the children of Israel the tithes, which I have given you from them as your inheritance, then you shall offer up a heave offering of it to the Lord, a tenth of the tithe. And your heave offering shall be reckoned to you as though it were the grain of the threshing floor, and as the fullness of the winepress. Thus you shall also offer a heave offering to the Lord from all your tithes, which you receive from the children of Israel, and you shall give the Lord's heave offering from it to Aaron the priest. Of all your gifts you shall offer up every heave offering due to the Lord, from all the best of them, the consecrated part of them. Therefore you shall say to them, When you have lifted up the best of it, then the rest shall be accounted to the Levites as the produce of the threshing floor, and as the produce of the winepress. You may eat it in any place, you and your household, for it is your reward for your work in the tabernacle of meeting, and you shall bear no sin because of it, when you have lifted up the best of it. But you shall not profane the holy gifts of the children of Israel, lest you die. Chapter 19. Now the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, This is the ordinance of the law, which the Lord has commanded, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, that they bring you a red heifer without blemish, in which there is no defect, and on which a yoke has never come. You shall give it to Eleazar the priest, that he may take it outside the camp, and it shall be slaughtered before him. And Eleazar the priest shall take some of its blood with its finger, and sprinkle some of the blood 7 times directly in front of the tabernacle of meeting. Then the heifer shall be burned in his sight. Its hide, its flesh, its blood, and its offal shall be burned. And the priest shall take cedar wood and hyssop and scarlet, and cast them into the midst of the fire, burning the heifer. Then the priest shall wash his clothes, he shall bathe in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp. The priest shall be unclean until evening, and the one who burns it shall wash his clothes in water, bathe in water, and shall be unclean until evening. Then a man who is unclean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer and store them outside the camp in a clean place, and they shall be kept for the congregation of the children of Israel. For the water of purification, it is for purifying from sin. And the one who gathers the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes and be unclean until evening. It shall be a statute forever to the children of Israel and to the stranger who dwells among them. He who touches the dead body of anyone shall be unclean 7 days. He shall purify himself with the water on the 3rd day and on the 7th day. Then he will be clean. But if he does not purify himself on the 3rd day and on the 7th day, he will not be clean. Whoever touches the body of anyone who has died and does not purify himself defiles the tabernacle of the Lord. That person shall be cut off from Israel and shall be unclean, because the water of purification was not sprinkled on him. His uncleanness is still upon him. This is the law when a man dies in a tent. All who come into the tent and all who are in the tent shall be unclean 7 days. And every open vessel which has no cover fastened on it is unclean. Whoever in the open field touches one who is slain by a sword who has died, or a bone of a man, or a grave, shall be unclean 7 days. And for an unclean person they shall take some of the ashes of the heifer burnt for purification from sin, and running water shall be put on them in a vessel. A clean person shall take hyssop and dip it in the water, sprinkle it on the tent, on all the vessels, on the persons who were there, or on the one who touched the bone, the slain, the dead, or the grave. The clean person shall sprinkle the unclean on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day. And on the 7th day he shall purify himself, wash his clothes, and bathe in water. But the man who is unclean and does not purify himself, that person shall be cut off from among the assembly, because he has defiled the sanctuary of the Lord. The water of purification has not been sprinkled on him. He is unclean. It shall be a perpetual statute for them. He who sprinkles the water of purification shall wash his clothes, and he who touches the water of purification shall be unclean until evening. Whatever the unclean person touches shall be unclean, and the person who touches it shall be unclean until evening. Chapter 20. Then the children of Israel, the whole congregation, came into the wilderness of Zin in the 1st month, and the people stayed in Kadesh. And Miriam died there and was buried there. And there was no water for the congregation, so they gathered together against Moses and Aaron, and the people contended with Moses and spoke. And the people contended with Moses and spoke, saying, If only we had died when our brethren died before the Lord. Why have you brought up the assembly of the Lord into the wilderness? And we and our animals shall die here. And why have you made us come up out of Egypt to bring us to this evil place? It is not a place of grain or figs or vines or pomegranates, nor is there any water to drink. So Moses and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly to the door of the tabernacle of meeting, and they fell on their faces, and the glory of the Lord appeared to them. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take the rod, you and your brother Aaron, gather the congregation together, speak to the rock before their eyes, and it will yield its water. Thus you shall bring water for them out of the rock, and give drink to the congregation and their animals. So Moses took the rod from before the Lord as he commanded him. And Moses and Aaron gathered assembly together before the rock. And he said to them, Hear now, you rebels. Must we bring water for you out of this rock? And Moses lifted up his hand and struck the rock twice with his rod. And water came out abundantly. And the congregation and their animals drank. Then the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, Because you did not believe me, to hallow me in the eyes of the children of Israel. Therefore, you shall not bring this assembly into the land which I gave them. This was the water of Meribah, because the children of Israel contended with the Lord, and he was hallowed among them. Now Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom. Thus says your brother Israel, You know all the hardship that has befallen us, how our fathers went down to Egypt, and he dwelt in Egypt a long time, and the Egyptians afflicted us with our fathers. When we cried out to the Lord, he heard our voice and sent the angel and brought us up out of Egypt. Now here we are in Kadesh, a city on the edge of your border. Please let us pass through your country. We will not pass through your fields or vineyards, nor will we drink water from wells. We will go along the king's highway. He will not turn aside to the right hand or to the left until we have passed through your territory. Then Edom said to him, You shall not pass through my land, lest I come out against you with the sword. So the children of Israel said to him, We will go by the highway, and if I or my flock drink any of your water, then I will pay for it. Let me only pass through on foot, nothing more. Then he said, You shall not pass through. So Edom came out against them with many men and with a strong hand. Thus Edom refused to give Israel passage through his territory. So Israel turned away from him. Now the children of Israel, the whole congregation, journeyed from Kadesh and came to Mount Hor. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron in Mount Hor by the border of the land of Edom, saying, Aaron shall be gathered to his people, for he shall not enter the land which I have given to the children of Israel, because you rebelled against my word at the water of Meribah. Take Aaron and Eleazar his son, and bring them up to Mount Hor, and strip Aaron of his garments, and put them on Eleazar his son, for Aaron shall be gathered to his people and die there. So Moses did just as the Lord commanded. And they went up to Mount Hor in the sight of all the congregation. Moses stripped Aaron of his garments and put them on Eleazar his son, and Aaron died there on the top of the mountain. Then Moses and Eleazar came down from the mountain. Now when all the congregation saw that Aaron was dead, all the house of Israel mourned for Aaron 30 days. Chapter 21. The king of Arad, the Canaanite, who dwelt in the south, heard that Israel was coming on the road to Atharim. Then he fought against Israel and took some of them prisoners. So Israel made a vow to the Lord and said, If you will indeed deliver this people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their cities. And the Lord listened to the voice of Israel and delivered up the Canaanites, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities. So the name of that place is called Hormah. Then they journeyed from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea to go around the land of Edom. And the soul of the people became very discouraged on the way. And the people spoke against God and against Moses. Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no food and no water, and our soul loathes this worthless bread. So the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and many of the people of Israel died. Therefore the people came to Moses and said, We have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against you. Pray to the Lord that he take away the serpents from us. So Moses prayed for the people. Then the Lord said to Moses, Make a fiery serpent and set it on a pole, and it shall be that everyone who is bitten, when he looks at it, shall live. So Moses made a bronze serpent and put it on a pole. And so it was, if a serpent had bitten anyone, when he looked at the bronze serpent, he lived. Now the children of Israel moved on and camped in Oboth. And they journeyed from Oboth and camped in Ije-Abarim in the wilderness, which is east of Moab, toward the sunrise. From there they moved and camped in the valley of Zered. From there they moved and camped on the other side of the Arnon, which is the wilderness that extends from the border of Amorites. For the Arnon is the border of Moab, between Moab and Amorites. Therefore it is said to the book of the wars of the Lord, in the book of the wars of the Lord, Weheb and Zephah, the brooks of the Arnon, and the slope of the brooks that reaches to the dwelling of Ar, and lies on the border of Moab. From there they went to Beer, which is the well, where the Lord said to Moses, "Gather the people together, and I will give them water." Then Israel sang this song: "Spring up, a well, all of you sing to it. The well the leaders sank, dug by the nation's nobles, by the lawgiver with their staves. And from the wilderness they went to Matana, from Matana to Ahaleel, from Nahaleel to Bamoth, and from Bamoth in the valley that is the country of Moab, to the top of Pisgah, which looks down on the wasteland. Then Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, "Let me pass through your land. We will not turn aside into fields or vineyards. We will not drink water from wells. We will go by the king's highway until we have passed through your territory." But Sihon would not allow Israel to pass through his territory. So Sihon gathered all his people together and went out against Israel in the wilderness. And he came to Jahaz and fought against Israel. And Israel defeated him with the edge of the sword and took possession of his land from the Arnon to the Zabak, as far as the people of Ammon. For the border of the people of Ammon was fortified. So Israel took all these cities, and Israel dwelt in all the cities of the Amorites in Heshbon and in all his villages. For Heshbon was the city of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab, and had taken all his land from his hand as far as Ammon. Therefore those who speak in Proverbs say, "Come to Heshbon, let it be built. Let the city of Sihon be repaired." For 5 went out from Heshbon, a flame from the city of Sihon. It consumed Ar and Moab, the lords of the heights of the Arnon. Woe to you, Moab! You have perished, O people of Charmash. He has given his sons as fugitives and his daughters into captivity to Sihon, king of the Amorites, but we have shot at them. Shibam has perished as far as Dibon. Then we laid waste as far as Nephah, which reaches to Medeba. And thus Israel dwelt in the land of the Amorites. Then Moses sent to spy out Jazer, and they took its villages and drove out the Amorites who were there. And they turned and went up by the way to Bashan. So Og, king of Bashan, went out against them, and he and all his people do battle at Edrei. And then the Lord said to Moses, "Do not fear him, for I have delivered him into your hand with all his people and his land. And you shall do to him as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt at Heshbon." So they defeated him, his sons, and all his people, until there was no survivor left him, and they took possession of his land. Chapter 22. Then the children of Israel moved and camped in the plains of Moab, on the side of the Jordan across from Jericho. Now Balak the son of Zippor saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites, and Moab was exceedingly afraid of the people because they were many. And Moab was sick with dread because of the children of Israel. So Moab said to the elders of Midian, "Now this company will lick up everything around us as an ox licks up the grass of the field." And Balak the son of Zippor was king of the Moabites at that time. Then he sent messengers to Balaam the son of Beor at Pethor, which is near the river in the land of the sons of his people, to call him, saying, "Look, a people has come from Egypt, See, they cover the face of the earth and are settling next to me. Therefore, please come at once. Curse this people for me, for they are too mighty for me. Perhaps I shall be able to defeat them and drive them out of the land. For I know that he whom you bless is blessed, and he whom you curse is cursed. So the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the diviner's fee in their hand, and they came to Balaam and spoke to him the words of Balak. And he said to them, Lodge here tonight, and I will bring backwards to you, as the Lord speaks to me. So the princes of Moab stayed with Balaam. And God came to Balaam and said, Who are these men with you? So Balaam said to God, Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, has sent to me, saying, Look, a people has come out of Egypt, and they cover the face of the earth. Come now, curse them for me, perhaps I shall be able to overpower them and drive them out. And God said to Balaam, You shall not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed. So Balaam rose in the morning and said to the princes of Balak, Go back into your land, for the Lord has refused to give me permission to go with you. And the princes of Moab rose and went to Balak and said, Balaam refuses to come with us. And Balak said again, sent princes, more numerous and more honorable than they. And they came to Balaam and said to him, Thus says Balak, the son of Zippor, Please let nothing hinder you from coming to me, for I will certainly honor you greatly, and I will do whatever you say to me. Therefore, please come, curse this people for me. And Balaam answered and said to the servants of Balak, Though Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I could not go beyond the word of the Lord my God to do less or more. Now therefore, please, you also stay here tonight, that I may know what more the Lord will say to me. And God came to Balaam at night and said to him, If the men come to call you, rise and go with them, but only the word which I speak to you that you shall do. So Balaam rose in the morning, saddled his donkey, and went with the princes of Moab. Then God's anger was aroused because he went. And the angels of the Lord took his stand in the way as an adversary against him. And he was riding on his donkey, and his two servants were with him. Now the donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing by the way with his drawn sword in his hand. And the donkey turned aside out of the way and went into the field. So Balaam struck the donkey to turn her back onto the road. Then the angel of the Lord stood in the narrow path between the vineyards, with a wall on this side and a wall on that side. And when the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she pushed herself against the wall and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall. So he struck her again. Then the angel of the Lord went further and stood in the narrow place where there was no way to turn, either to the right hand or to the left. And when the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she lay down under Balaam. So Balaam's anger was aroused, and he struck the donkey with the staff. Then the Lord opened the mouth of the donkey, and she said to Balaam, What have I done to you that you have struck me thus 3 times? And Balaam said to the donkey, Because you have abused me, I wish there were a sword in my hand, and now I would kill you. So the donkey said to Balaam, Am I not your donkey on which you have ridden ever since I became yours to this day? Was I ever disposed to do this to you? And he said, No. Then the Lord opened the Balaam's eyes, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the way with his drawn sword in his hand. And he bowed his head and fell flat on his face. And the angel of the Lord said to him, Why have you struck your donkey these 3 times? Behold, I have come out to stand against you, because your way is perverse before me. The donkey saw me and turned aside from me these 3 times. If she had not turned aside from me, surely I would also have killed you by now and let her live. And Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, I have sinned, for I did not know you stood in the way against me. Now therefore, if it displeases you, I will turn back. Then the angel of the Lord said to Balaam, Go with the men, but only the men that I speak to you, that you shall speak. So Balaam went with princes of Balak. Now when Balak heard that Balaam was coming, he went out to meet him at the city of Moab, which is on the border of Arnon, the boundary of the territory. Then Balak said to Balaam, Did I not earnestly send to you, calling for you? Why did you not come to me? Am I not able to honor you? And Balaam said to Balak, Look, I have come to you. Now I have have I any power at all to say anything? The word that God puts in my mouth, that I must speak. So Balaam went with Balak, and they came to Gajath, Huzath, and Balak offered oxen and sheep, and he sent some to Balaam and to the princes who were with him. So it was the next day that Balak took Balaam and brought him up to the high places of Baal, that from there he might observe the excellence of the people. Chapter 23. Then Balaam said to Balak, Build 7 altars for me here, and prepare for me here 7 bulls and 7 rams. And Balak did just as Balaam had spoken. And Balak and Balaam offering a bull and a ram on each altar. Then Balaam said to Balak, Stand by your burnt offering, and I will go. Perhaps the Lord will come to me, and whatever he shows me, I will tell you. So he went to a desolate height. And God met Balaam, and he said to him, I have prepared the 7 altars, and I have offered on each altar a bull and a ram. Then the Lord put a word in Balaam's mouth and said, Return to Balak, and thus you shall speak. So he returned to him, and there he was, standing by his burnt offering, he and all the princes of Moab. And he took up his oracle and said, Balak, the king of Moab, has brought me from Aram, from the mountains of the east. Come curse Jacob for me, and come denounce Israel. How shall I curse whom God has not cursed? And how shall I denounce whom the Lord has not denounced? For from the top of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. There a people dwelling alone, not reckoning itself among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob, or number 1/4 of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous, and let my end be like his. Then Balak said to Balaam, What have you done to me? I took you to curse my enemies, and look, you have blessed them bountifully. So he answered and said, Must I not take heed to speak what the Lord has put in my mouth? And then Balak said to him, Please come with me to another place from which you may see them. You shall see only the outer part of them, and shall not see them all. Curse them for me from there. So he brought him to the field of Zephorim, to a top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. And he said to Balak, Stand here by your burnt offering while I meet the Lord over there. Then the Lord met Balaam and put the word in his mouth and said, Go back to Balak, and thus you shall speak. So he came to him, and there he was, standing by his burnt offering. And the princes of Moab were with him. And Balak said to him, What has the Lord spoken? Then he took up his oracle and said, Raise up, Balak, and hear. Rise up, Balak, and hear. Listen to me, son of Zippor. God is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. Has he said, and will he not do? Or has he spoken, and will he not make it good? Behold, I have received a command to bless. He has blessed, and I cannot reverse it. He has not observed iniquity in Jacob, nor has he seen wickedness in Israel. The Lord his God is with him, and the shout of a king is among them. God brings them out of Egypt. He has strength like a wild ox. For there is no sorcery against Jacob, nor any divination against Israel. It now must be said of Jacob and of Israel, oh, what God has done. Look, a people rises like a lioness and lifts itself up like a lion. It shall not lie down until it devours the prey and drinks the blood of the slain. Then Balak said to Balaam, neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. So Balaam answered and said to Balak, did I not tell you, saying, all that the Lord speaks, that I must do? Then Balak said to Balaam, please come, I will take you to another place, and perhaps it will please God, that you may curse them for me from there. So Balak took Balaam to the top of Peor, that overlooks the wasteland. Then Balaam said to Balak, build for me here 7 altars, and prepare for me here 7 bulls and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bull and a ram on every altar. Chapter 24. Now when Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he did not go, as at other times, to seek to use sorcery, but he set his face toward the wilderness. And Balaam raised his eyes and saw Israel encamped according to their tribes, and the Spirit of God came upon him. Then he took up his oracle and said, the utterance of Balaam the son of Beor, the utterance of the man whose eyes are opened, the utterance of him who hears the words of God, who sees the vision of the Almighty, who falls down with eyes wide open. How lovely are your tents, O Jacob, your dwellings, O Israel, like valleys that stretch out, like gardens from the riverside, like aloes planted by the Lord, like cedars beside the waters. He shall pour water from his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters. His king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. God brings him out of Egypt. He shall strike like a wild ox. He shall consume the nations, his enemies. He shall break their bones and pierce them with his arrows. He bows down and lies down as a lioness, and as a lion. Who shall rouse him? Blessed is he who blesses you, and cursed is he who curses you. Then Balak's anger was aroused against Balaam, and he struck his hands together. And Balak said to Balaam, I called you to curse my enemies, and look, you have bountifully blessed them these 3 times. Now therefore flee to your place. I said I would greatly honor you, but in fact the Lord has kept you back from honor. So Balaam said to Balak, did I not also speak to your messengers whom you sent to me, saying, if Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I could not go beyond the word of the Lord, to do good or bad of my own will, what the Lord says that I must speak? And now indeed I am going to my people. Come, I will advise you what this people will do to your people in the later days. So he took up his oracle and said, the utterance of Balaam, the son of Beor, and the utterance of the man whose eyes are opened, the utterance of him who hears the words of God and has the knowledge of the Most High, who sees the vision of the Almighty, who falls down with his eyes wide open. I see him, but not now. I behold him, but not near. A star shall come out of Jacob, a scepter shall rise out of Israel, and batter the brow of Moab, and destroy all the sons of tumult. And Edom shall be a possession. Seir also, his enemy, shall be a possession, while Israel does valiantly. Out of Jacob one shall have dominion. And destroy the remains of the city. Then he looked on Amalek, and took up his oracle and said, Amalek was first among the nations, but shall be last until he perishes. And then he looked on the Canaanites, and he took up his oracle and said, Firm is your dwelling place, and your nest is set in the rock. Nevertheless, Cain shall be burned. How long until Ashur carries you away captive? And he took up his oracle and said, Alas, who shall live when God does this? But ships shall come from the coasts of Cyprus, and they shall afflict Ashur and afflict Eber, and so shall Amalek until he perishes. So Balaam arose and departed and returned to his place. Balak also went his way. Chapter 25. Now Israel remained in Acacia Grove, and the people began to commit harlotry with the women of Moab. They invited the people to the sacrifices of their gods, and the people ate and bowed down to their gods. So Israel was joined to Baal of Peor, and the anger of the Lord was aroused against Israel. Then the Lord said to Moses, Take all the leaders of the people and hang the offenders before the Lord out in the sun, that the fierce anger of the Lord may turn away from Israel. So Moses said to the judges of Israel, Every one of you kill his men who were joined to Baal of Peor. And indeed, one of the children of Israel came and presented to his brethren a Midianite woman in the sight of Moses, in the sight of all the congregation of the children of Israel, who were weeping at the door of the tabernacle of meeting. Now when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, saw it, he rose from among the congregation and took a javelin in his hand, and he went after the man of Israel into the tent, and thrust both of them through the man of Israel, and the woman through her body. So the plague was stopped among the children of Israel. And those who died in the plague were 24,000. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, has turned back my wrath from the children of Israel, because he was zealous with my zeal among them, so that I did not consume the children of Israel in my zeal. Therefore say, Behold, I give to him my covenant of peace, and it shall be to him and his descendants after him a covenant of an everlasting priesthood. Because he was zealous for his God and made atonement for the children of Israel. Now the name of the Israelite who was killed with the Midianite woman, was Zimri, the son of Salu, a leader of the father's house among the Simeonites. And the name of the Midianite woman who was killed was Cosbi, the daughter of Zur. He was head of the people of a father's house in Midian. Then the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Harass the Midianites and attack them, for they harassed you with their schemes by which they seduced you in the matter of Peor and in the matter of Cosbi, the daughter of a leader of Midian, their sister, who was killed in the day of the plague because of Peor. Chapter 26. And it came to pass after the plague, that the Lord spoke to Moses and Eleazar, the son of Aaron, the priest, saying, Take a census of all the congregation of the children of Israel, from 20 years old and above, by their fathers' houses, all who are able to go to war in Israel. So Moses and Eleazar, the priest, spoke with them in the plains of Moab by the Jordan, across from Jericho, saying, Take a census of the people from 20 years old and above, just as the Lord commanded Moses. And the children of Israel who came out of the land of Egypt. Reuben was the firstborn of Israel. The children of Reuben were of Hanok, and the family of the Hanokites, of Palu, the family of the Paluites, of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites, of Carmi, the family of the Carmites. These are the families of the Reubenites. Those who were numbered of them were 23,730. And the son of Palu was Eliam. The sons of Eliab were Nemuel, Dathan, and Abiram. These are the Dathan and Abiram, representatives of the congregation, who contended against Moses and Aaron in the company of Korah. Then they contended against the Lord. And the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up together with Korah. Then that company died, when the fire devoured 250 men, and they became a sign. Nevertheless, the children of Korah did not die. The sons of Simeon, according to their families, were of Nemuel, the family of the Nemuelites, of Jezamin, the family of the Jaminites, of Jashin, and the family of the Jashinites, of Zerah, the family of the Zaranites, of Shaul, the family of the Shaulites. These were the families of the Simeonites, 22,200. The sons of Gad, according to their families, were at Zephron, the family of the Zephonites of Haggai, the family of the Haggites of Shunai, the family of the Shunites of Ozni, the family of the Ozanites of Eri, the family of the Urites of Arad, the family of the Aradites, and Areli, the family of the Arelites. These were the families of the sons of Gad, according to those who were numbered of them 40,500. The sons of Judah were and Onan, and and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Judah, according to their families, were of the Shelah, the family of the Shelonites, of Perez, the family of the Perizzites, of Zerah, the family of the Zorites. The sons of Perez here, of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites, of Hamul, the family of the Hamulites. These were the families of Judah according to those who were numbered of them, 76,500. The sons of Issachar, according to their families, were of Tola, the family of the Tolaites, of Pua, the family of the Puanites, of Jushab, the family of the Jushabites, and Shimron, the family of the Shimronites. These are the families of Issachar, according to those who were numbered of them 24,000. These are those who were numbered by Moses and Eleazar, the priest, who numbered the children of Israel to the plains of Moab by the Jordan, across from Jericho. By the Jordan, across from Jericho. But among these there was not a man of those who were numbered by Moses and Aaron, the priests, when they numbered the children of Israel in the wilderness of Sinai. For the Lord had said to them, They shall surely die in the wilderness. There was not left a man of them, except Caleb the son of Zephunah and Joshua the son of Nun. Chapter 27. Then came the daughters of Zelophehad the son of Hepher the son of Gilead, the son of Machir the son of Manasseh, from the families of Manasseh the son of Joseph. And there were the names of his daughters, Malal, Noah, Haglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they stood before Moses, and before Eleazar the priest, and before the leaders, and all the congregation by the doorway of the tabernacle of meeting, and saying, Our father died in the wilderness, but he was not in the company of those who gathered together against the Lord in company with Korah, but he died in his own sin, and he had no sons. Why should the name of our father be removed from among his family, because he had no son? Give us a possession among our father's brothers. So Moses brought their case before the Lord, and the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, The daughters of Zelophehad speak what is right. You shall surely give them a possession of inheritance among their father's brothers, and cause the inheritance of their father to pass to them. And you shall speak to the children of Israel, saying, If a man dies and has no son, then you shall cause his inheritance to pass to the daughter. If he has no daughter, then he shall give his inheritance to his brothers. If he has no brothers, then he shall give his inheritance to his father's brothers. And if his father has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to the relative closest to him in his family, and he shall possess it. And it shall be to the children of Israel a statute of judgment, just as the Lord commanded Moses. Now the Lord said to Moses, Go up into this Mount Abiram, and see the land which I have given to the children of Israel. And when you have seen it, you also shall be gathered to your people as Aaron your brother was gathered. For in the wilderness of Zin, during the strife of the congregation, you rebelled against my command to hallow me at the waters before their eyes. These are the waters of Meribah at Kadesh in the wilderness of Zin. And Moses spoke to the Lord, saying, Let the Lord, the God of the spirits of all flesh, set a man over the congregation, who may go out before them and go in before them, who may lead them out and bring them in, that the congregation of the Lord may not be like sheep which have no shepherd. And the Lord said to Moses, Take Joshua the son of Nun with you, a man in whom is the Spirit, and lay your hand on him. Set him before Eleazar the priest and before all the congregation, and inaugurate him in their sight. And you shall give some of your authority to him, that all the congregation of the children of Israel may be obedient. He shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall inquire before the Lord for him by the judgment of the Urim. At his word they shall go out, and at his word they shall come in, he and all the children of Israel with him, all the congregations. So Moses did as the Lord commanded him. He took Joshua and set him before Eleazar the priest and before all the congregation. And he laid his hands on him and inaugurated him, just as the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses. Chapter 28. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel and say to them, my offering, my food for my offerings made by fire as a sweet aroma to me. You shall be careful to offer to me as their appointed time. And you shall say to them, This is the offering made by fire, which you shall offer to the Lord. 2 male lambs in their first year without blemish, day by day as a regular burnt offering. 1 lamb you shall offer in the morning, the other lamb you shall offer in the evening, and 1/10 of the ephah of the fine flour as a grain offering mixed with 1/4 of a hin of pressed oil. It is a regular burnt offering which has ordained at Mount Sinai for a sweet aroma, an offering made by fire to the Lord. And its drink offering shall be 1/4 of a hin for each lamb in a holy place, for you shall pour out the drink to the Lord as an offering. The other lamb you shall offer in the evening as the morning grain offering, and its drink offering you shall offer. It is an offering made by fire, a sweet aroma to the Lord. And on the Sabbath day, 2 lambs in their first year without blemish, and 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a grain offering mixed with oil with its drink offering. This is the burnt offering for every Sabbath, besides the regular burnt offering with its drink offering. At the beginnings of your months, you shall present a burnt offering to the Lord: 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 lambs in their first year, without blemish. 3/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a grain offering mixed with oil for each bull. 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour as a grain offering mixed with oil for 1 ram, and 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with offering as a grain offering for each lamb, as a burnt offering of sweet aroma, an offering made by fire to the Lord. The drink offering shall be half a hin of wine for a bull, 1/3 of a hin for a ram, and 1/4 of a hin for a lamb. This is the burnt offering for each month throughout the months of the year. Also, 1 kid of the goats as a sin offering to the Lord shall be offered besides the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. On the 4th day of the first month is the Passover of the Lord, and on the 15th day of this month is the feast. Unleavened bread shall be eaten for 7 days. On the first day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no customary work. And you shall present an offering made by fire as a burnt offering to the Lord: 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 lambs in their first year. Be sure they are without blemish. Their grain offering shall be a fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah. You shall offer for bull, and 2/10 for a ram. You shall offer 1/10 of an ephah for each of the 7 lambs. Also 1 goat as a sin offering to make atonement for you. You shall offer these besides the burnt offering in the morning, which is for a regular burnt offering. In this manner you shall offer the food on the offering made by fire daily for 7 days. As a sweet aroma to the Lord it shall be offered, besides the regular burnt offering and its drink offering. And on the 7th day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no customary work. Also on the day of the first fruits, when you bring a new grain offering to the Lord, at the feast of weeks, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no customary work. You shall present a burnt offering to a sweet aroma to the Lord: 2 young bulls, 1 ram, and 7 lambs in their first year, with their grain offering of fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for each bull, 2/10 of 1 ram, and 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs. Also 1 kid of the goats to make atonement for you. Be sure they are without blemish. You shall present them with their drink offerings, besides the regular burnt offerings with its grain offering. Chapter 29. And in the 7th month, on the first day of the year, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no customary work, for it is the day of blowing the trumpets. You shall offer a burnt offering of a sweet aroma to the Lord: one young bull, one ram, and 7 lambs in their first year, and without blemish. Their grain offering shall be fine flour mixed with fruit, 3/10 of an ephah for their bull, 2/10 for the ram, and 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs. Also 1 kid of the goats as a sin offering to make atonement for you. Besides the burnt offering with the grain offering for the new moon, the regular burnt offering with its grain offering, and their drink offerings according to their ordinances, as a sweet aroma, an offering made by fire to the Lord. On the 10th day of the 7th month you shall have a holy convocation. You shall afflict your souls. You shall not do any work. You shall present a burnt offering to the Lord as a sweet aroma, 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 7 lambs in their first year. Be sure that they are without blemish. Their grain offering shall be a fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for the bull, 2/10 of an ephah for the bull, 2/10 of the 1 ram, and 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs. Also 1 kid of the goats as a sin offering, besides the sin offering for atonement, the regular burnt offering with its grain offering and their drink offerings. On the 15th day of the 7th month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no customary work, and you shall keep a feast to the Lord 7 days. You shall present a burnt offering, an offering made by fire as a sweet aroma to the Lord, 13 young bulls, 2 rams, and 14 lambs in their first year. They shall be without blemish. Their grain offering shall be a fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 of an ephah for each of the 13 bulls, 2/10 for each of the 2 rams. These shall be present to the Lord of your appointed feasts, besides your vowed offerings and your fellow free will offerings, as your burnt offerings and your grain offerings, as your drink offerings and your peace offerings. Chapter 30. Then Moses spoke to the heads of the tribes concerning the children of Israel, saying, This is the thing which the Lord has commanded. If a man makes a vow to the Lord or swears an oath to bind himself by some agreement, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. Or if a woman makes a vow to the Lord and binds herself by some agreement while in her father's house in her youth, and her father hears her vow and the agreement by which she has bound herself, and her father holds his peace, then all her vows shall stand, and every agreement with which she has bound herself shall stand. But if her father overrules her on the day that he hears, then none of her vows, nor her agreements by which she has bound herself shall stand, and the Lord will release her because her father overruled her. If indeed she takes a husband, while bound by her vows or by a rash utterance from her lips by which she bound herself, and her husband hears it and makes no response to her on the day that he hears, then her vows shall stand, and her agreements by which she bound herself shall stand. But if her husband overrules her on the day that he hears it, he shall make void her vow which she took, and that they uttered with her lips, by which she bound herself, and the Lord will release her. Also, any vow of a widow or a divorced woman by which she has bound herself shall stand against her. And if vowed in her husband's house or bound herself by an agreement with an oath, and her husband heard it and made no response to her and did not overrule her, and then all her vows shall stand, and every agreement by which she bound herself shall stand. But if a husband truly made void on the day he heard them, then whatever proceeded from her lips concerning her vows or concerning the agreements binding her, it shall not stand. Her husband has made them void, and the Lord will release her. Every vow and every binding oath to afflict her soul, her husband may confirm it, or her husband may make it void. Now, if her husband makes no response whatever to her from day to day, then he confirms all her vows or all the agreements that bind her. He confirms them because he made no response to her on the day that he heard them. But if he does make them void after he has heard them, then he shall bear her guilt. These are the statutes which the Lord commanded Moses between a man and his wife, and between a father and his daughter in her youth in the father's house. Chapter 14. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take vengeance on the Midianites for the children of Israel. Afterward you shall be gathered to your people. So Moses spoke to the people, saying, Arm some of yourselves for war, and let them go against the Midianites to take vengeance for the Lord on Midian. 1,000 from each tribe of all the tribes of Israel you shall send to the war. So there were recruited from the divisions of Israel 1,000 from each tribe, 12,000 armed for war. Then Moses sent them to the war, 1,000 from each tribe. He sent them to the war with Peninnah, the son of Eleazar the priest, with the holy articles and the signal trumpets in his hand. And they warred against the Midianites, just as the Lord commanded Moses, and they killed all the males. They killed the kings of Midian with the rest of those who were killed, Evi, Rekam, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the 5 kings of Midian. Balaam, the son of Beor, they also killed with the sword. And the children of Israel took the women of Midian captive with their little ones, and took as spoil all their cattle, all their flocks, and their goods. They also burned with fire all the cities where they dwelt, and all their forts. And they took all the spoil of the booty of man and beast. Then they brought the captives, the booty, and the spoil to Moses, to Eleazar the priest, and to the congregation of the children of Israel, to the camp in the plains of Moab and the Jordan, across Jericho. And Moses, Eleazar the priest, and all the leaders of the congregation went to meet them outside the camp. But Moses was angry with the officers and the army, with the captains over thousands of captains, over hundreds, who had come from the battle. And Moses said to them, Have you kept all the women alive? Look, these women caused the children of Israel, through the counsel of Balaam, to trespass against the Lord in the incident of Peor, and there was a plague among the congregation of the Lord. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every female who has known a man intimately. But keep alive for yourselves all the young girls who have not known a man intimately. And as for you, remain outside the camp 7 days. Whoever has killed any person, and whoever has touched any slain, purify yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day and on the 7th day. Purify every garment, everything made of leather, everything woven of goat's hair, and everything made of wool. And Eleazar the priest said to the men of war who had gone to the battle, This is the ordinance of the law which the Lord commanded Moses. Only the gold and silver, the bronze and the iron, tin, and the lead, everything that can endure fire, you shall put through the fire, and it shall be clean, and it shall be purified with the water of purification. But all that cannot endure the fire shall be put through water. And you shall wash your clothes on the 7th day and be clean, and afterward you may come into the camp. Now the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Count up the plunder that was taken of man and beast, you and Eleazar the priest and the chief fathers of the congregation, and divide the plunder into 2 parts between those who took part in the war, who went out to battle, and all the congregation, and levy a tribute for the Lord on the men of war who went out to battle, one of every 500 of the persons, the cattle, the donkeys, and the sheep. Take it from their hand and give it to Eleazar the priest as a heave offering to the Lord. And from the children of Israel's half you shall take one of 50 every 50, drawn from the persons, the cattle, the donkeys, and the sheep, from all the livestock, and give them to the Levites who keep charge of the tabernacle of the Lord. So Moses and Eleazar the priest did as the Lord commanded Moses. The booty remaining from the plunder which the men of war had taken was 675,000 sheep, 72,000 cattle, 71,000 donkeys, and 32,000 persons in all, of women who had not known a man intimately. And the half of the portion of those who had gone out to war was in number 337,500 sheep, and the Lord's tribute of the sheep was 675. The cattle were 36,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 72. The donkeys were 30,500, of which the Lord's tribute was 61. The persons were 16,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 32 persons. So Moses gave the tribute, which was the Lord's heave offering, to Eleazar the priest. And the Lord commanded Moses, and from the children of Israel's half, which Moses separated from the men who fought, now the half belonging to the congregation was 377,500 sheep, 30,000 cattle, 30,500 donkeys, and 60,000 persons. And from the children of Israel's half, Moses took only of every 50 drawn from man and beast, and gave them to the Levites, who kept charge of the tabernacle of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the officers who were over thousands of the army, the captains of thousands and captains of hundreds, came near to Moses. And they said to Moses, "Your servants have taken account of the men of war who are under our command, and not a man of us is missing. Therefore we have fought an offering for the Lord, that every man found of ornaments of gold, armlets of the bracelets of the signet rings, and the earrings and necklaces, to make atonement for ourselves before the Lord." So Moses and Eleazar the priest received the gold from them, all the fashion ornaments, and all the gold of the offering that they offered to the Lord. From the captains of the thousands and captains of hundreds was 16,750 shekels. The men of war had taken spoil, every man for himself. And Moses and Eleazar the priest received the gold from the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it into the tabernacle of meeting as a memorial for the children of Israel before the Lord. Chapter 32. Now the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and a very great multitude of livestock, and when they saw the land of Jazer and the land of Gilead, that indeed the region was a place for livestock, the children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and spoke to Moses, to Eleazar the priest, and to the leaders of the congregation, saying, Aaron, or Adaroth, Dibon, Jazer, Nimrah, Heshbah, Elilah, Shebam, Nebo, and Boan. The country which the Lord defeated before the congregation of Israel is a land for livestock, and your servants have livestock. Therefore they said, if we have found favor in the sight by its land, be given to your servants as a possession. Do not take us over the Jordan. And Moses said to the children of Gad and to the children of Reuben, shall your brethren go to war while you sit here? Now why will you discourage the heart and the children of Israel from going over into the land which the Lord has given them? Thus your fathers did when I sent them away from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. For when they went up to the valley of Eshcol, and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the children of Israel, so that they did not go into the land which the Lord had given them. So the Lord's anger was aroused on that day, and he swore an oath, saying, Surely none of the men who came up from Egypt, from 70 years old and above, shall see the land of which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, because they have not wholly followed me, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh and the Kenizzite, and Joshua the son of Nun, for they have wholly followed the Lord. So the Lord's anger was aroused against Israel, and he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of the Lord was gone. And look, you have risen up in your father's place a brood of sinful men, to increase still more the fierce anger of the Lord against Israel. For if for if you turn away from following him, you will once again leave them in the wilderness, and you will destroy all these people. Then they came near to him and said, We will build sheepfolds here for our livestock and cities for our little ones. But we ourselves will be armed, ready to go before the children of Israel until we have brought them to their place. And our little ones will dwell in the fortified cities because of the inhabitants of the land. We will not return to our homes until every one of the children of Israel has received his inheritance, for we will not inherit with them on the other side of the Jordan and beyond, because our inheritance has fallen to us on this eastern side of the Jordan. Then Moses said to them, If you do this thing, if you arm yourselves before the Lord for the war, and all your armed men cross over the Jordan before the Lord until he has driven out his enemies from before him, and the land is subdued before the Lord. And afterward you may return and be blameless before the land and before Israel, and this land shall be a possession before the Lord. But if you do not do so, then take note that you have sinned against the Lord, and be sure your sin will find you out. Build cities for your little ones, and folds for your sheep, and do what has proceeded out of your mouth. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben spoke to Moses, saying, Your servants will do as my Lord commands. Our little ones, our wives, our flocks, and our livestock will be there in the cities of Gilead. But your servants will cross over, every man armed for war, before the Lord to battle, just as my Lord says. So Moses gave command concerning them to Eleazar the priest, to Joshua the son of Nun, and to the chief fathers of the tribes of the children of Israel. And Moses said to them, If the children of Gad and the children of Reuben cross over the Jordan with you, every man armed for battle before the Lord, and the land is subdued before you, then you shall give them the land of Gilead as a possession. And if they do not cross over armed with you, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. Then the children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, saying, As the Lord has said to your servants, so we will do. We will cross over armed before the Lord into the land of Canaan, but the possession of our inheritance shall remain with us on the side of the Jordan. So Moses gave the children of Gad to the children of Reuben, and to the half of the tribe of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, the land with its cities within the borders, the cities of the surrounding country. And the children of Gad built Dibon and Ataroth and Atrath and Shephaphon and Jazer and Jogbeheh, Beth Nimrah and Beth Haran, fortified cities and folds for sheep. And the children of Reuben built Heshbon and Aelah and Girth Jahaim, Nebo and Baal Meon, their names being changed, and Sheba Ma, and they gave other names to the cities which they built. And the children of Machir, sons of Manasseh, went to Gilead and took it, and dispossessed the Amorites who were in it. So Moses gave Gilead to Machir, son of Manasseh, and he dwelt in it. Also Jair, the son of Manasseh, went and took its small towns and called them Havath Jar. And Nobath went and took Gianath and its villages, and he called it Nobah after his own name. Larabasa solarabawa. Aduruburibi o na 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 mase. Aliribi yorabo reberebi yorabo ramanami yoramo ania. Aduruburibi yorabo ramanami yoramo ania na 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 ma. Laraba ramanami yoramo ane. Laraba ramanami yoramo ane. Aduruburibi yorabo remanami yoramo ania na 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 mase. Aribidibi yoroboramanami yoramona. Aduruburibidibi yoroboramanami yoramona. Aduruburibidibi yorobona nananamasa. Lo shananamasi. Lo shananamasi. Aribidibi yoroboramanami yonananama. Alidibi yoroboromanami yonananama. Aduruburibidibi yoroboreberebi o salidivi. Aduruburama sililidi enemy o nananamasa. Arubidibi yoroboreberebi o nananamusia. Ro berebe enderevi aravasi. Alo solorobo nananamasa. Aduruburibidibiyo laravahari. Aduruburibidibiyo rabarabarabiyo rabaramanabi. Alo lorabawuna salidave. Alorabarebidibiyo rabaramanami inanamasa. Aduruburibidibiyo rabarebidibiyo salidavi. Alorabawunda salidave. Alorabaroba salidave. Aduruburibidibiyo shaluravua alaravani. Adorabarebidibi islidavi. Ribidibi oroboramanamiana nanama. Osalida e si orovosia. Aduruburoba salidaveo. Aludabu nananamusi. Aledave e si orovoano. Adoruvoremos nananamasi. Alidivi isi orovoana nananamano. Adoruvorebo salidavia. Lorobo on de revia na 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 masi. Aliri vi orobo rebe rebi orobo na 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 masi. Alorobo na 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 maso selerevo. Aribi rebi orobo rebe rebi yara yara bani. Aribi rebi yere bi orobo raba rebi yara bani. Lorobo sa selerevia. Aduruburibidio shalarava. Alorabu nananamasi silirivia. Alorabu shalaravasi silirivia. Aduruburibidibioroboram enemasi. Lorabuuna silirivese. O nananamasi silirivia. Rubidibioroborom enemi nanananama. A rubidibio lerabe nananama. A lorobo rebedebiorobo rabarabasi. A dudubure bedebiorobo rom enemionomonea. A larabarama sileravi. A larabarama sileravi. Duduburama nemionomonia nanananamasea. Duduburama nemionomonia nanananamasea. Lorobosa solerevia. Aduraboroma solereva. Aduraboroma solereva. Alariara veremo. Aduraburibidibi oroboreberebisa. Aduraburoberebi oroborebiribisa. Aduraburobe si oroboreberebisa. Adurabureberebi oroboani. Aloroboroma solerevia shiaravasa. Aduraburibidibi oroboramaneme. Adirivihidivi oroboramaneme. Don diriviande solereveo. Aluraburibidibi orobosi solereveo. Aluraburibidibi orobosi solereveo. Roverevio na 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 ma. Lara varamana miono moanea na 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 masia. Lara varamana miono moanea na 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 masia. Adurabo reberebi orobo rabarabi orobo. Adurabo reberebi orobo rabarabi orobo. Laraba ando salaravasia. Reberebi orobo ramanami oromoani. Laraba ramanami oromoanea na 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 ma. Adurabo reberebi orobo ramanami oromo. Adurabo reberebi orobo rabarabi orobo. Alerebi erebi orobo na 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 ma. Rabberebi yorobo rebedebasi. Adurubu ribidibi yorobo rebedebi yorobosa. Larabaramanamu nananamu. Adurubu rebedebi yorobo ramanami anamania. Adurubu rebedebi yosha yaravaramanemasi. Adurubu ribidibi yorobo remenemi yonomone. Adusu de alere yaravasi. Adusale Ledayadavasi Aroshaladava Aroshaladavasa Aduraburibibi Yorobosa Saledaveo Arobedebio Lurubu Undeviarava Aduraburibibi Yorobosa Saledavea Arabedebio Nananamasa Rabedebio Saledavea Enemian Nananamase Lurubusa Saledavia Loravio Shanananama Loravio Shalaravasa Larava Ande Saledavia Shioravoania Larava Ande Shilidavia Shioravoanea Loravaramanamoanea Nananama Loravaroverebi Yoravoanea Nananama Luruburibibi Yoravoramanamoanea Luruburibibi Yoravoramanamoanea Adurubureberebi Yoravoramanamoana Alarabarabi Yorobose Alarabarabi Yorobose Silereveo Arubidibi Yoroboramanamio no muse Aluduburibidibi Yorobo no muse Rabidabi Arabasi Larayarabaramanami Yoromoanea Aluduburibi so Silerevi Aduruburama Oloroboramanamio masa Aduruburebo Silerevi Donde vianda Silereveo Loroborebo Silerevi Alaravana Loroborebo Silerevi Alaravanda Rubidibi Uroborebereba Rubidibi Uroborebereba Rubidibi Uroboreberebi Arabanio Alarana Silereve A lot of anas, a little way. A robert bio, no, musa. A robert bio, no, musa. A little bit bio, raman me. A little bit bio, raman me. A lot of remen me on a money. A lot of rebebi oroboani ananama. A lot of rebebi oroboani ananama. A durubu rebebi oroboani ananama se. A lot of rebebi oroboani ananama se. A lot of rebebi oroboani ananama se. A rabadebi oroboramanami oroboani ananama se. A robere bi yorobo ramana mi yoromo ania na mase. A ri biri bi yorobo ramane masa. Loro berebo salire vi a duru buri biri bi yorobo ramana mi yoromo anea. Vi biri bi o salire vea saluta vua. Lara beroma salire vi. A duru buri biri bi o na masi. A little bit of ramen no more. A little bit of ramen no more. A lot of ramen mio so that a ve. A little bit bisa so that a ve. Rabbit bio so that a ve. Oh, sanana mase. Rabbit bio so that a ve. A little bit bio rabbit bio na ma. Andus liriviona nanamasi sileriera viosha. A reberebiera viola rabahani. A luruburi biora boramaneme. A duruburi biora boromanema. O satiri viora boremene miora moani. Larayara barabare biora boramare masa. Robere biora boramare biora boramare masa. Abi sidiri viere vese. Aduruburi biri biora bosa. Aliri viere viora vosa. Adurubu Roma, siliri vi. Allora Roma, mama sha. Allora baro, rabare baba basha. Adurubu rebere biora boramane mi. Adurubu rebere biora boramane mi. Salare yara baramana mi oromone. Adurubu rebere biora bona. Salare yara baramana mi oromona. Allora vorremmo salire via. Dos allora une. A dos allora une. Allora vorrebbero bossa salire via. Allora vorrebbero bossa salire via. Ro ramanama na 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 ma se salire veo. Allora vorrebbero bio na 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 ma si salire via. Adoro bere bere bi oro baramana mi anamasi salire vi. Adoro bere bere bi oro baramana masi salire vi. Shalom, lori oro baramana mi anamanaya. Alu salu lurubuunda ananayani salire vea. Rabere bi elere ya na 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 ma. Let it be, na 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 ma, saludu voone. Luduvu ribidibi oroboram, enemia, na 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 masa. Rabidibi essa de revio. Rabidibi adavasa de revio. Adurubidibi oroborabidibi orobo, na 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 masi. Allah, salariaravani. Allah salariaravani. Aluruburemo esatirivio na 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 musa. Doroboreberebi orabore manami oramone. Aluruburibidibi oraboreberebi orabona. Alo shadereveo. Aluruburibo shalarava. Aluruburibo shalarava. Ananana mase. Allora onda salereveo. Allora ribidibi ora boa na 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 masa. Allora vorremmo salirivi na 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 masa. Va bere bio, no musi. Dos lere ende. Dos tereve ende, salarava ano, salereve. Robere bio, salarava neo, salerevisa. Robere bie, lerevia, na ma. Robere bie, salerevasa. Ravere vasa, salereve ende revio, no mo. Aduribiribiribio, salerevia, na mase. Laraba de devio, sadirevio, nananama. Ari biribiorobosi. Alu saludavua. Alu saludavua. Rebede bioroboramanema. Alere viera bioroboramanema, si sadirevia. Aduruburibioroboramanamio, no more. Rabere bies de via. Adurveremos de vio. Adurveremos de vio. A robere biora bora mere bien na masa. Allo shanana masi. Allo shanana masi. Rebere biora bora mana miana mani. A loro boroma salarava. A loro boroma salarava enananamasi. Bidibiora boramane maso. A bidibiora boramane maso. Duruvaribidibio nananamasa salirevi. A laraba ande salirevoa. A bidibiora boremene nananamasa. A rividiviora voramene nananamasa. A roberevio salarava ani. A roberevio salarava nananamasi. Rividiviora voramene nananamuane. Revereviora voramene isidivi. Roverevio salarava. Roverevio salarava. Leraviesa lereve and dereviorevose. Aduruburibioroboramane masa. Aduruburibioroboramane masa selerevia. Lo shalorabawune. Lo shalorabawune. Aluruburibo selaravasa selerevio. Aduruburibidibiorabarababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababababa Salaravane. Roberebiorobo romenemio. No, 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 Musa. Ado, Sadereve ende. Anuna no Musi. Laraba ananamaso. Salereve. Aduruburibidibiorobo remenemi. Allorobo Roma. Salereveo. Salorobo Roma. Salereveo. Aduruburibidibiorobo ramenemasi. Robenemiorobo romenemiorobo ene. Aduruburibidibiorobo rabenebio. Salereveo. Allorobosa. Salereveo. Loroboroba. Salereveo. Loroboremo. Salereveo. Salara ana. Salara ana. Salereveo. Aluruburibidibio. Aluruburibidibio. Shalaravia. Robenebioroboramasi. Aluruburebidibiorobo. Aloroburebidibiorobo. Aloroburebidibiorobo. Aduruburibidibioroborabidibiorobo ania. Aduruburibidibioroboramanamiorobo ania. Aduruburama Sulere Erevea. Aduruburama Sulere Erevea. Loraburama Sulerevo Shalariaravarama Nami. Aduruburibidibi Uruburabanebi Uruburamanemi Anamanea. Loraberebi Urubarabi Urubaramanema. Aduruburibidibi Urubarabi Urubaramanema. Raberebese Sulirevia. Aduruburoma Sulirevea. Dos Sulirevi Nananamasa. Ados Sulirevi Sananamasa. Aroramanamio no 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 mua. Aribidibi indidivi uravo nua nanananamane. Rabadabi Yorobo Rabanamasi. Aluraburibi Yorobo Rabadabasi. Anu na 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 masa. Aluraburibi Yorobo Ramanamasa. Alarabarabarabi Yorobo na 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 ma. Aruba Baba Bisha, Larava Ani. Aduruburibi Yorobo Reberebi Yorobo Ana. Aduruburibi Yorobo Ramanami Yorobo Ani. Arabebe Enderevio na 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 masi. Alidivio Salarava. Alidivio Salarava. Ribidivio Salarave. Rebidivio Robosa Salarave. A lot of rebidivio na 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 masa. Adurubidivio Salarava. Adurubidivio Robosa Salarave. Adurubaramanami Uramoni. Aduruburi Berebi Uraboramanami Uramonea. A lot of Reberebi Urabosi. A lot of Reberebi Urabosi Sudirivio Shalarava. La na 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 mase. Aduruburi Berebi Uraboramanami Uramonea na 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 masa. Aduruburi Berebi Uraboramanami Uramonea na 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 masa. A lot of rebels, silly V. A robot to be audible, na 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 masa. A little bit of it be audible, rabbit basso, silly vea. And no, musi. And no, musi, silly voa. A lot of rebels, silly vea. A lot of roba. Shiora beremo silidivi. Rabadaba silidivi. Aduru beribi ora barabarabi ora buona namasa. Aduru beribi ora baramanami ona namasa. Salari ara baramo. Salari ara baramo. Shiora berebi ora barabaraba. Shalori ora berebi araba. Namasi. Aduru beribi ora baramanami ona nanamo. Aluru buri bidi bi ora bare bare bi ora bo arabasa. Aduru buri bidi bi ora bare bare bi arabasa. Rabare bi ora bo na ma. Allora bere bi ora bo ramane masi. Allura vusa silere vio. Allura vusa silere vio. Aduru buri bidi bi ora bo ramane mi ora moane. Aduru buri bidi bi ora bo ramane mi ora moane. Alidi viere viere viora varamana miora moane ananama. Lara bahari salada vua shalora boona. Alura buribi viora varamana maso. A lot of aroma salada via. Shalora remo sananamasia. A lot of remo salada via nananamasia. Aduru buribi viora varamana maso. O Saleriviani, O Saleriviani, Robert Biora Beremenemi, Robert Biora Beremenemi, Robert Biora Beremenemi, Siora Baromene Musa, Siora Baromene Musa, Salarava. Salarava se Salidivio, Aduru Buribi Biora Bereba. Aduru buribi dibi ora boreba. Aduruburi biribi urubureba salariyara varamanemasi. Salariyara varamanemi anamasi siyoruburemenemi onomo. Siyoruburemenemi onomo salurabua. Adarabarabi yorubo. Adarabarabi yorubo se sulereva. Adarabarabi yorubo se sulereva. Aduruburibi yoruburemenemi onomo ania nanananamasi. Allo shalori yorobo romanemi yorobo nea na 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 masi. Aduruburi biribi yorobo reberebi yorobo nea na 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 masi. Aliribi yorobo wa na 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 masa sulerava. Ro berebi yorobo ramanemi. Alorobo reberebi yorobo ramanemi. Si yorobo sasinanama. Salorobo sasinanama. A little bit of Ramanamio, Naname. A rabbit a biaraba, no, Sananamasi. A rabbit a biaraba, no, Sananamasi. A rabbit a biaraba, Ramanamio, Nananama. A lot of Ramanamasi. A lot of Ramanamasi. A ruby to be out of a raven and me on, no, Musa. A doodle bitty bitty be out of a Ramanamania. A doodle bitty bitty be out of a Ramanamanamania. A little bitty bitty be out of a Ramanami on, no, mo. Rabbit a bies, a little veer. A rabbit a bies, a little veer, no, sananamase. Robert a bion, nananamasi. Robert a bion, nananamasi. A rabbit a bier a bano. Loro beribi de bi on nanamasa silly de via. A ruby de bi o shalarava. A ru river de vio shalarava. Loro beribi de bi urabaramanama. A loro beribi de bi urabaramanama. A loro beribi de bi urabaramanama. A duru beribi de bi urabarabi de bi uraboania. Adurubu ribi ribi yorubu ramanami yonamonia. Alara baramanami yonamonia na 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 mase. Robert Yorubosa Sulidivi. Robert Yorubosa Sulidivi. And do the bit of it if you're about Ramanami Yorumonia na 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 ma. A rabbit of Yoruba rabbit of Yorubonia na 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 ma say. A lulubuonde. A lulubuonde. A la salariarava ande. A robert of Yosa lidivio. Robert of Yosa lidivio. Donde devi inda salara masia. A ruby to be Yoruba Roman and Miana Mane. A robe to be Yoruba Ramen and Miana Mane. Rabbit a Besolorabusa. Roma Misha Laraba Ande Revio. A little bit to be Yoruba Ramen and Mia. A little bit to be Yoruba Ramen and Miana Mane. Siliveo. A little bit able, Silivia. A little bit able, Silivia. A rabbit of the Edavani. A doodle bitty 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 or a basa. A dosha that a via, Silarava. A lot of remo, Sinanamase. A lot of remo, Silaravase. Dosa nanamasa. Dosa leraviana nanamasa silirivia shio lorovosa. A lorioro remenemi oremoni. A lorioro remenebi oroboni. A lirivi oroboram enemi oromoneo. A lorovosa selerevese. Dosha lereva anda selerevi orovoani senaname. A roberevi oroboram enema. A roberevi oroboram enema selerevi inde. Siyo Salerevasi. Siyo Salerevasi. Romanemiana nanamasa. Romanemiana nanamasa. Adurubiribi orobareberebusi. Adurubiribi orobareberebusi. Silirivio no musa sanananama. Adorable ramen nananamani. Adun durubiribio nananamasa. Viviribiosa de via nananamasi. Roberibiosa laravaso salerevea. Alludibiribio ramanamio nananame. Alludibiribio ramanamio nananame. Aduribiribio ramanamio nananama. A lot of re biribio rabosi. A lot of re biribio rabosi sananamasa. Aduribiribio ramanamio namose. Shalaraba nananamane. Aduribiribio ramanamio nananamusa. Osa dereve esa. Duribiribi osa derevia. Aduribiribi osa derevia. Sio nananamase. Aduribiribi orobo. Aroberebi osa laravase. Aduribiribi orobo rabarabasa. Saluribiribi orobo rabarabasa. Sudirevia. Adun diriviorovo nasereve. Allora vorrevo sedivia. Salora vorrevo sedivia. Aduribiribiorobarabarabioroboa nananama. Aduribiribiorobarabarabiо nananami. Allora vorrevi osedivi. Aduribiribioroboana. Adurubiribidibiorabarabarabasi. Osa tidiviarava no 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 mose. Osa tidiviarava no 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 mose. Rabere beso silidevi. Lo salaravasa silidevi. Ramanama enananamasa. Aduruburibidibi orabarabarebe. Aduruburibidibi orabarabarebe. Doravaremo nemio nananamasi. Allora verremo a salire via, nananamasa, salire-vous. Allora buona, salarava. Salura buona, salarava. Shiora bu salire via. Shalura bu salire via, salariara varamena mia. Oh, nananamasa, salire via. Allora verrebbe bio, nananamasi. Aduribiribiribi, ora barabarabasa. Allora boguna, salereve. Bibiribi, ora baramanamusa. Allora vorremene mio namoni. Aduribiribiribi, oh, sanananamasa. Allora vorremo a salire via. Salu unduribiribiribi, ora vosa salarava. Roverebio salarava ania nananama. Doce dereve enda. Anduruverebio no 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 mosa salarava. Adoreremo salire via. Shalurabusa salire via. Rome ne miona mo una na masa. Rome ne miona mo una na masa. Aduriviriviosa salire via. Do salire vinda sananana masi. Lo solorevu unda sananana masi. Aluribiribiribi oroboramana mio nananana ma. Shio salerevasa salirevi. Shalo salaravasi salirevi. Aduribiribiribi oroboramana ma. Rabirebe ende salereveo. Rabirebe ende salereveo. Aduribiribiribi oroboramana mio namoni. Nu saleraviona, salerevia. Adu saleraviona, salerevia. Aduravosa salerevia. Ro mama masha ananana masi. Ro verebe ende visa. Anduribiribi orobaramane masi. Aduribiribi orobaramane masi. Allo lurabuna. Allo lurabuna salidavia. Adurivio na mase. Adurivio rabara meneme. Roberevio rabusa salidavia. Adurivio rabaramana mio no moene na masa. Adurivio rabaramana mio no moene na masa salidavia. O shalaravasa salidavia. Anduriviribioroboram enemio no musa. Aduriviribioroboram enemio no musa. Alarava ando salidavia. Alarava ando salidavia. Doshalere biora moana. Adoshalere biora moana. Aduriburi biora boramene maani. Vi biora boona na 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 masa. Lusalirivio na 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 mase. Revere biora boani. Andora rebo silirivia. Aduribiribo silirivia. Shalaraba ando silirivia. Dosha na 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 masia. Adosha na 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 masia. Osalirive na 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 masa. Alurubiribo saliravia. Sio saliravia na 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 ma. Sio saliravia na 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 masia. Adurubiribi oroboramane musa. Ra berebe na 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 masia. Ara berebe na 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 masia silirivio. Adurubiribi oroboramane masa. Allo shalaravasia. Allo shalaravasia salia ananama. Salia nananamasa. Adurubiribi oroboramanemo. Arribidibi oroboramanemo nananamo. Allorabare berebe derevasa salidivi. Adurubiribi oroboromanemianamane. Ribidibi orobosa salarava. Ribidibi orobosa salarava. Lo nananamasi salarevea. Rividivisa salaravasa. Rovarevio nananamania nananama. Duruviriviriviora voremene masia. Adurubiriviora barabarabasa. Do salereve. Ribidibio salerava nananamasa. Robidibio salerivi nananamasi. Robidibio robarabio nananamusa. A little bitty bitty biora barabasi silly bio. A doodle bitty bio na 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 masa. A rovere biosa de ve. A don di viande a silere vio. Revere bio na 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 masa. A loro brevere biosa la ravasia. A doodle bitty biora baramene bio na 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 ma. A doodle bitty biora baramene bio na 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 ma. Revere vi isi ora vosa. A doodle bitty biora baramene bio na 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 musia. A doodle bitty biora baramene bio na 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 musia. A lot of baramene me. A lot of baramene me. A doodle bitty biora baramene bio no 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 more. A doodle bitty biora baramene bio no no more. A little bit in the Salaravasa. A Duraburama Silarave. A Duraburama Silarave Shioravo. A Luraburi Biorabarama Bioravosa. A Duraburi Bioravosa Silaravea. Robert Bioravosi Silaravia. Dosa Laravana Silaravase. A Durabiri Bioravoana Nanamasa. Roshalavasi. A Roshalavasi Silidivia. A Durabiri Bio Nanamasa. A Durabiri Bio Sananamo Sananamasa. A Ludabiri Bio Ramanamio Nananama. Lora bere biora bosia. Aduru bere bio na 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 masa. Aduru bere biora bere basa. Aduru bere biora bere basa silere veo. Aro shanana na mi. Lorobosa Celereveo. Adurabiribi Oroboram and me. Adurabiribi Osalaravasi Celerevi. Jandarevasa Celereveo. Aduraburom and me ananamasa Celerevea. Siora Vosea. Siora Vose Celereva Satara Bahari. Larava Satara Baharia Nirimione. Aduraburibi Oroborabio no me. Larava Ando Celereve. Rividi Vicelereve. Rividi Viosa Nananamase. Lusalurivuna Salarava Ane. Durabaramana Miono Moania Nananamasa. Ro Shalarabahano. Ro Shalarabahano no Musa. Adurabiribio no Musa Saliravi. Adurabiribio no Musa Saliravi. Alereve esi yoro Musa Saliravanea. Ro Shalarabahano. Ribidi Boramana Mio ma. Adurabiribidi Boramana Mio Salereve. Allora vorremmo salire via alla rahara. Adurabiribio na mase. Adurabiribio na mase. Allo salaravaso. Allo salaravaso salire via. Adurabiribio rabaramana mia na masa. Adurabiribio rabaramana mia na masa. Adurabiribio rabaramana mio salire veo. Larabarabio raboni. Larabarabio raboni na mase. Reverabio salire via. Shalurabu unda sanana mase. Dos laravaso. Luriburibo salirivi in anamase. Shalorabo salarava ani nananamasa. Luribiribi orabaramio nanamusa. Aduribiribi orabarabio nananamusa. Laravaram eneme en nananamasi salirivi. Lorobauna Sileravane. Vibiribio Silirivi Inda. Lorabio Salaravania. Saluravusha Salaravia. Adurabiribio Nananamasia. Roberabio Salarava. Do Salarivia Yaramania. Ado Salariviovo Ramanami Anamani. Adurabiribo Salarivia. Alorabo onda. Alorabo onda. Salaravasa. Shiora rebo Salarivia. Shalora rebo Salarivia. Adurabiribi Oraba Ramane Masa. Aduraboraba Salarivia. Aluruburebo Salarivia Ananana Masa. Aroverabi Orobo Salarivia. Adurabiribi O Nananana Masi Salarivio. Aro Ramanama Ana Nananama. Aro Roberabiana Nananama. Adurabirebo Satirivi Nananamasi. Larabaso Salarivia. Rabidaba no mosa. Duribiribi orabora merebese. Lo shalarivi orabouna. Ro shalarabouna salirivia. Aduribiribi orabora meneme. Aduribiribi orabora meneme. Adoravarama salireveo. Roberabiana salireveo. Adushalirivi oravosia. Adorabaremo salirevia nanana masa. Roberabi orabaremia nanana masia. Adurabiribi orabaremia nanana masia. Roberabio salaravasia. Adorabarana salirevea. Aduraburebo Silereveya Anduraboromanamu no 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 mo. Aduraburoba and Dio no 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 mo. Laravani Silerevi Adurabureba. Rabere Bosa Silerevi. Satu Larava Ando. Satu Larava Ando Nana Mase. Viviribio Silerevi. Arrivederebio Silerevi. Ramedebe na 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 masa. Alurubu Roma Silereveo. Alu Silerevi. Alu Silerevio Sanana Mase. Rabedebe Sioravosa. Rabedebe Sileravosa. Aduraburibi Orobo Ramanami. Andurabo Ramanamio, no, 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 Musa Silarava. Adurubu Rabarabio, no, 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 Musa Silarava. A Rebedebio, Rebedebisa. A Lurubu Unde. Dos Nananamasa. Romanamio, Moania, Nananamase. A Lorabo, Nananama, Ania, Laraba, Nananamase. Rovere biora bosi silirevi. Durveribo silirevia. Lo shanana masi. Siora unda silirevia. Salura buunda silirevia. Revere bio salaravasa silirevia. Durveribi orobo romane miuna moanea. Durveribi orobo ramana miuna moanea. Ribidi orobo ramana mosa silarava. Remenemi o na 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 ma si silirevi. Don de divia na 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 ma si silirevio. Roberebi araba. Aduruburibidibi oroborabarebase. Aduruburibidibi oroborabarebase. Aroberebio nananamusa. Adorable ribidibi osalidivio. Adorable robere mosalidivio. Arribidibi orabuna salideve. Aduruburibidibi oroborabarebusa. Aduruburibidibi oroborabarebusa. Rabarabi yara yara barabarabi oroboramana muse. Adurubiribi oh no 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 moanea. Aluruburebo silidivi. Aduruburebi oroboramanama. Adurubarabi oh na 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 mase. Loroburemo salarevani na 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 ma. Aduruburebo salaravani na 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 mase. Roverabiosa lidavia salarava na 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 ma. Ribidibiosa lidavea. Adurubidibio na 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 masa. Adurubidibio na 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 masa. Arosha laraba andi silidivio. Aluruburibo salarava ane satidiviarabanea. Abibidibiorabaramema. Ribidibiorabosa silidivia. Allora veramente mi na 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 massa. Allora mi ossa delle vie. Robere mi indas la ravassa. Allora vedi mio namoramene massi. Adoro vorribili mio namoramene massi. Allora va ando se le revassa. Allora vossa dire via. Allora vossa dire via. Adurabiribiribio, na 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 mase. Rushi orabaramebio, no 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 musa. Luribiribiribio orabaramebe, na 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 masi. Adurabiribiribio orabaramebio, solidivi. Laraba an de revesa celeravoa. Aduraburi lidiviora vosa celeravoa shalarava. Nunununamania nananana Nunununamania nananana masa celerave. Luruburibiora vosa celerave. Adurabara nananana masa. Adusulurivuna sananana mase. Allora boramana miora moania nananana ma. Aduriburebio. Aduriburebiora bosa. Aduriburemio nananana mase. Oshalaraba andere vasa celereve. Alluruburibiora boremebiora moania. Alluruburibiora boremebiora moania nananama. Aduruburebo celereve. No, mosa celerevi. Aduruburibiora boramanamio shalarava. Aduruburibiora boramanamio shalarava. Alaria de berebiora mondia na masa. Aduruburamanamio mondia na mane. Andosha lora onda celereve. Lorio nananana masi. Aduruburibiora boramanamusa. Aduruburibiora boramanamio no mu. Lorabo osa celereve. Roverevesa celerevi. Loroborebo celerevi ananamasa. Aduruburibiora boana nama. Loroburoba celereve. Zuruburibidio, silidivia, na 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 masa. Allo shalaravasi. Allo shalaravasi, silidivia. Adurubroma, silidivia enda. Aluruburebu, silidivia. Aduruburabana mionamoni, na 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 ma. Aduruburibidibiyorabu, na 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 musi. Aloraburebo, silideva. Rova basha silideve. Rova basha silideve. Aduruburibidibiyon, no 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 musi silidevova. Arobarebiyorabona. Arobarebiyorabona. Ribidibiyorabarabiyorabosa silidevi. Rosha laravasi silidevi. Aduruburibidibiyorabona na 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 ma. Aduruburibidibiyorabarabibusa. Osa tirivi na 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 masi. Osa larava ano silidevi. Aduruburibidibiyorabaramanamasi. masi. Rosa laravasa. Rabiribasa lereve. Rabirimonia na 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 ma. Adurubiribi oroboromene musa. Adurubiribi o na 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 masi. Dosa lerevi. Robiribi o na 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 masi. Adurubiribi o salereve. Onde de viana na massa. Loro vorremmo de via. Adoro vorrebbe di oro vorramene ma. Adoro vorrebbe di oro vorremene di oro vonio. Vorrebbe essere via. Loro bribo sedere via, na massa, sedere veo, scendere via. Loro bribo sedere via, na massi. Aduru buri biri bioro boro, mama mashana niando. Lara yara barebe bioro barebe bioro boshi sedere via. Andara barame de bioro bone. Andara barame de bioro bone o sedere via. Aduru buri biri bioro barabere basa. Aduru buri biri bioro barabere basa sedere via. Ro mini mi una bone na ma. Ro mini mi una bone na ma. Aduru bidi bidi bi una boramane masi. Aduru bidi bidi bi una boramane mi na masa. Ladava edevesio sudivi. Aduru bidi bi una bidi bi o ladavasa. Aduru bidi bi una boramane bi o na masa. Ladavano. Aduru bidi sudivi salada yara ramana mosa. Andora borabara biura berebere biura boadia na ma. Arrivere bio salere via. Signora berama salere via. Rovere bio salere vese. Andurubiribiribio, no 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 mosa. Adurubiribidibiora boramana mia na 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 mase. Vibidibiosa dereve. Ro bababasha. Ro bababasha selereve. Allorabo o na 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 mase. Do selere yere vio na 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 ma. Adurubiribiora bereberibiora boramana masi. Ra vereve sa selereve. Adurubiribiora boana selerevio no 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 muse. Adurubiribiora boramana musa. Lora buona selereve. Dos selereve and revio na 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 masa. Ribiribio shadarabarabio na 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 ma. Ribiribio selerevi. Adurubiribiribio rabaramio na 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 ma. Adurubiribiribio rabaramane musa. Laraba ande selerevi. Allora vorremmo sederevio. Shalurabo unda sederevio. Adura vorrebbe andare vassa sederevio. Alluraburimo senenemi. Allora vorroma sederavassa. Lord vorrebo sederevia. Aduraburibi oraboramene. Aduraburibi oraboramene. Siora vosa. Luribusi silvio na massa. Luribrebo silvio na massa. Allora berribo salire via. Allora vedere mio na buoni na massa salire. Adoro berebe oro borro berebe oro bosha salire va. Alara ba ando sende de musa. Vivere o salire ve. Vivere o salire vasa salire veo. Ossa na massa salire via. Adora berebe ora bo na massa. Adora berebe ora bo onde. Allora bo una salara vasi. Allora berebe ora bo ramene mi ora monea. Adora berebe ora bo ramana mi ora monea. Aramene mi ora bo ramana mi ora bo ramene mi ora monea. Aro shalara yara ba'ani. Aro shalara vi yara ba'ani senene mesea. Rabere bio selera vasa selera vi. Adura biribi bi ora barumene mio na ma. Adura biribi bi ora barumene mio na ma. Allura busi sedere vio. Allura busi sedere vio. Rabere biora bere bio na ma se. Adura bere bio na masa. Larava ari sidereve. A rovere bio no musa sidereva. O satirivi inda siderevi. Salurubu undirivi aravasa sidereve. Allora bere bio na moania na ma. Allora bere bio na moania na ma se. Ado shanana maso. Ado shalara aravosa sali liriviare arabaramana mioramone. Alluruburibi yorabaramana miyorabarabasa. Alluruburibi yorabarabi yorabarebi yoraboni. Adoravosa silereveo. Roverebi osa lirevia alariara vaano. Aduruburibi yorabarabasi. Aduruburibi yorabosa silereve. Aro shalorobuwunda. Ro shalura buhunda. Aduru buri biri bisa silerevi. Allora vorrei ore per me mio na 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 ma. La salara viara vase. Aduru buri biri ore bara. Ram and me es litivio. A rovere vios litivio. Aduru biri ore bore mene musa. Aduru biri ore bore mene musa. Ravere besa litivio. Lara vere besa litivio. Aduru buri mene mioromo. Allora verrò mene mioro borea. Adoro verrò mene mioro monea. Revere vioro vossa salera via di vioro vo. Allora vere vioro veramene me na ma. Rovere vioro voravere bi salere vo. Adoro vere vioro veramene mi ora mo nia na ma. Adoro vere vioro voravere basi. Allah, lana maano. Rovere vioro vosa. Rovere vioro vosa salera via na mane. Ravere vio na massa. A vivere vioro vere vioro voravere mia na mani. Adoro burri vere vioro voravere bassa salera via. Adoro burri vere vioro vorrevere bussa. Adoro burri vere vioro vosa. Allora vorrei bio na ma. Lidivi in divi ora vossa lidivi. Ramana mi ora mo dia na ma. Aduruburibi orabarabi o sudirivi. Aduruburibi orabarabi o na 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 ma. Vibiribi o sudirivi na 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 masa. Rabaribi enderivi. Rabaribi enderivi. Rabaribi o sudirivi. Don derivilia na 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 masa. Vibiribio Sadaravasi. Vibiribio Sadaravi Adayaravahano. Adurubiribio Barabarabio Sadaravi. Lorabo on Dereviana Nanamasa. Lorabo Rebio no Musi Sudirivi. Lorabo Rabiribio Nananama. Adurubiribiribio Rabarabasa Sudireve. Adurubiribiribio Rabarabasa Sudireve. Allah Nananamasa. Adurubiribiribio Rabarabio Lurubusi. Larabaano Sudireve. Alarabaano Sudireve. Lurubiribiribio Rabarabio. Alurubiribiribio Rabarabio. Rabireba anderevaso. Aduribiribiribi urubaramene miana nanama. Dosha derevisa. Beberebios laravasi. Aduribiroba shalarabirima sanananamasi. Larabaano sananame. Aduribirebios derevia. Oh, nanananamasa. A little bitty bitty biora bera bera biora boani. A dura bara bera be end visa. Rovere vossa via. Vivere viosa via nanamasa. Andurubiri biora baramana mio no musi. La masa. La masa. Salorovo. Ribiri biosa vi. Laraba ananamasa. Adurubiri biora barabarabasa. Adurubu Roma salera viene, sio shalaraba andi. Adurubu ribibio shalara viarava ani sulire via. Laraba ramene mi yorobo enea, salura viorobo shi salera via. Don dereando soleravu. Don dereviando soleravu. Robert viorobo ramene mio, no more. A robera biora baramada mio no more. Rividi biora vossa salerava. A rividi biora vossa salerava. Dora baramada biora moania nananamase. Riv si ora vo on de viana nanamasa salerave. Robera biora berevede bio nananama. Andura veramo salerave. Aduravurama, Celeravia, Aludavurama, Aduravarebebi, Orabarebio, Nananamo, Aduravarebebi, Orabarabio, Nananamo, Aduravari, Orabaramio, Nananama, Aladavande, Celeravia. Adurabarebebi, Oravosa. Adurabaribi orabosa sale. Aurora berebi orabuna salarava ani. Adurabarebo salerevi. Alarava ando salerevasa salerevea. Loro Brahmana mio, na 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 masia. Aduru bidi bidi biora Brahmana mio, na 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 masa. Aduru bidi bidi biora Brahmana mio, na 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 masa. Alarava andi silidivi, oh shularave. Allura Brahmana mia. Loro Bremo silidavea. Duravrimo mia na 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 ma. Lora berevere biora boravere bussa silire via. Allora bo onda silire ve adure bere biora bo. Adure bere biora bossa. Allora ba ando silire via. Adure bere biora boravere bussa. Adure bere biora boravere bussa silire ve. Roshalarava. Roshalarava ananamasi. Aduruburibibiurabuana. Alorabu nananamase. Adururebo satirivia nananama. Aluruburibiuraburamanamiunamone. Aloraburoba silereve. Aloraburoba silereve. Aluruburibiuraburavio silerevia. Aduruburibiurabu siaravase. Anunamoania nananama. Aroshalavasi silidevi adurabureberebiurabuana. Aduruburaberebiurabuundidivisa. Alorabureberebio silidevi. Aduruburebiosa. Laraburebo silidevi. Osatedevi indidevi. Allora Roma Salerava. Aduribiribi Yorobosa. Aduribiribi Yorobosa. Allora Roma Salerava. Sio na 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 masi. Sio na 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 masi. Alluruburibi Yorobosa. Aduruburibi Baba Besha. Sadara Yarabarebi Yorobani. Alluruburi Babasha. Alluruburi Lidibi Yorobusha. Shalurubu Use Silidivia. Shalaraba Dereve. Shalurubu Usha Lidivia Ani. Adurubureberebio Salarava. Aduribirebio Rabarabaso. Adu Shudirivi Nananamasa. Allora Boreberebio Boroberebusa. Allora Boroba Saderivi. O Satirivi Indirivi Oravona. Allora Berebibi Orabara Menemi Onamona. Roberebi Oraboraberebi Orabolea. Aduraburibi Oraboraberebi Orabolea. Allah Laraba Ando no Musa. Aluraburibi Orabosia. Aluraburibi Orabosia. Alorova Salirivio. Aduraburibi Orabosea. Robereba na masia. Aduraburibi Orabarabaso. Aduraburibi Oraborabaso. Aduruburibi Yoroborabaso. Larabarabarebi Yoroborebusa. Aduruburam enemy or Silerevea. Aloroborebi Yoroboramanemasia. Aduruburibi Yoroborabarabasa. Aluruburibi Yorobosi Silerevea. Anu, na mase. Anu, na mase. Aluruburibo Shilaravasa. Aluraburoma Silidavia. Aduraburoma Silidavio. Aduraburoma Silidavio. Aluruburibiorobosa Silidavia. Arabidabi o na mase. Aduraburoma Silidavia. Aduruburibioroboramanamio na ma. Aduruburibioroboraberebusa. Allora bereberebioroboramanamio na moani. Aduruburibioroboraberebase. Aduruburibioroboraberebase. Allora baroma silidavia. Aduruburibioroboa na masa. Sio luruvusa silidavia. Sio luruvusa silidavia. Aduruburibioroboramanamasia. Adurivuri biribi yorabo ramana masi salereveo. Larabano sananama. Lorabereberebi yorabosa. Adurava Roma salerevia. Dos laravasa. Dos laravasa salereveo. Aduribiribiribio no musia. Loroborebo salerevia. Aduribiribiribio rabarabiribio mani. Aduravoremo salerevia. Allora salaravasi. Shalora buunda salerevania salereve. Aro shalora buunda riviande. Rubiri biorobo ramane masa. Aduri rebele biorobo una sanana masi. Salori yorobo Roma salerevia. Ravene maano salerevio. Saluda buribidi biora baramane miona moenea na masa. A little biora baramane mio na masa. Andura varabere biora bosa salereve. A luda buribidi biora baramane miona moenea na ma. A ribidi biora bosa salereve. I do shilidivi. I do shilidivi. Si ora vosa sananama. Allora bewunde shilidivi. Adura beribi ora vasa. No shilidivi. Si ora vosi. Shio larama ano shilidivasa. Adura beribi ora baramane mio no musi. Veberebe enderevio nananamasa. Roberebio lurevusi silirevio. Aria shalaraboa. Alo salaravasi. Vive vive sio nananamasa. Roberebio roboro menemio nomoni. Roberebio roboro larebio roboni. Docelerevia. Andora verebe biora voramene miona moania. Sele lereve enda selerevi. Rebere bios laravasa. Lora verebo selerevi anananamase. Salurubu undivian ananamasi. Durubiribi ora voramene mio no more. Adurubiribi ora voramene mio no more. Adurubiribi ora voramene base. Allora verremo si arava massa. Adurubiribi ora voramene mio no more. Shalari aravane. Adurubiribi ora bo no more. Shalaravane. Alarabano Salerevea. Roberabio Lunabuani. Adurabari Biribiora Bossa Salerevea. Lo Shalaravasa. Adurabari Biribio Nananamasa. Lorobos lereveo. Adurabroma salirevi. Adurabroma shilirevi. Aduraboremenevi oromoane. Alarabaramenevi oromoanea. Salarayaraberebere busi. Aduraboreberevi orobo. Aduraboreberevi orobo si. Lorobo rebere busa. Anosa nananamase silereveo. Alluraburebere biuraburamene maso. Alluraburemene mio silerevia. Lorabure silerevia. Allorabure silerevia shalirevi. Aduraburamene mio nanama. Aduraburamene mio shalaravase. Lurabu siaria anananamase. Aduraveremo sinanami. Aduraveremo sinanami. Anu no 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 musa suliravi. Reberebio shularava. Reberebio shularava sa suliravia. Adoraboramene maanananamasi. Aduraburibi oraboramene mio suliravi. Rubiribio salaravaso. Rubiribio salareveo. Dos saliravi andi. Dos saliravi andi. Anunumusa. Rubiribio oraboramene mio salaravase. Aduraburibi oraboramene mio nananama. Aduraburibi orabosa saliravi. Allo saliravi inda. Aduraburebo saliravi. Aluruburibi orobo shalare yaravanea salere erevi orovoni. Roberebi o salareva. Roberebi o salareva. Shaloruburebi orobo sasalerevi. Aduruburebi o salarevi indiriande. Loroburoma salaravasi. Aduruburibi oroboramane musa. Aduruburibi oroboramane musa. Alloroboroma salerevese. Alloroborebo salerevi indireviona sananamasa. Alloroboroma salerevi aduruburibi oroboramanamasi. Arroberebie salerevisa salereveo. Undrivian nananamasa salerevia. Allorioro reberebi oro bosha salereva. Aroberebi oro boroberebi oro bosha salereva. Elisa lidi inde anunamusa salereveo. Aroberebi o nananamusa salerevia. Adurubiribi oro boramane masa salereva. Allora vorremmo sananamasi. Ribiribio shalanavia nananamasi. Ro shalaravo o nananamasi. Adurubiribio baramanamio no musa. Adurubiribio baramanamio no musa. Adurubiribu salidivia shiora baramanamio no monea. Adorable roba salereve individuo nananamusia. Ludiburibi oroborebi oroboramana masa. A ludiburibi oroborabebi orobosia. Lorobo usta salereve aduriburibi orobouna. Aduriburi biribi oshalerevea. Aduraburi shiurabo shalerevea alurubu unde. Adurabureberebio salerevea. Raberebeen nananamasi. Raberebeen nananamasi. Salorioroboroma salerevi isi yoravo. Doshiere viene salire vioro bohunda nanamasi. Rebere vioro borabere maso. Adurubu rebere biorobu ramane maana na 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 maso. Luruvusa celere vio no 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 musia. Lorobo wunde celere viaravasi. Adurubu rebere biorobu ramane miono moanea. Arobere biorobu sa celere veo. Arobere biorobu sa celere veo. Adurubu rebere bio celere va. Adurubu roba siereva andi. Adurubu oselere ye na 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 masi selere vie. Aro shalara basa selere vese. Adurubu rebere biorobu ramana mio no 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 musa. Adurubu rebere biorobu ramana mio no 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 musa. Salurubu ushelere ende. Rishi orobo Roma salaravani. Ravere beende di viorovo sasalarava. La lereve ende di viorovo sasalarava. Adurubu revere viorovo si. Adurubu revere viorovo Roma ne miorovo anea. Lo shalaravasi. Adurubu rishi yorabuona salereve. Salute buunde. Salute buunde ananamase. Allora buroma sanananamasa. Dos lereve ende de viora buuna nananamase. Adura burebo sedere vi. Lora voosha larava ananamasa. Adura buribi di biora buuni senenenamisa. Allora vorrei biora buona nananamasi. Adurubiribiribio shalarabando salere via. Riviribiora buone salaravasia. Arubiribio nananamasia. Arubiribiora buona. Arubiribiora buona salere via. Adurubiribiribio nunumusi salere via shalarava. Dos lere enda salara vio no musia. Aduru buri biri bioro boramane mioro moane na ma. Aduru biri biri bioro boramane mioro moane na masia. Allora berebere bioro bosia. Allora berebere bioro bosia solere veo. Allora roba solere vea. Adoro Roma. Adoro vorrebo essere via. Allora vorrei mio na ma. Ro shalere viora vonia. Allora vorrei viora bossa salere via. Adoro vorrei viora vorrei mi. Adoro vorrei viora vorrei mia siora bounde. Siora bounde. Adoro vuna sanana namasi. Alara baromana mayona moanea na maso. Alora baramana mayona moanea na maso. Abibidi biora barebere basia. Aduru burebere bio shalera via. Aduru burebere biora barabara basa. Adondere via na masa. Aduru burebere bio shalera via. Allora roba salere via na masa. Robere bio na masa. Aduru burebere bio roba ramana musa. Shalara ando salere via. Aduru buribo shalere via lara yara vanea. Aduru burebere bio roba ramana maso. Aduru burebere bio roba ramana bio salere via. Aduru burebere bio roba ramana bio salere via. Aduru buribo sanana namasi. Aduruburibo, sanananamasi, silirivio. Shalarabaando, salervu. Shalarabaando, salervu, anemasi. Aduruburibi, oroboramanamaso. Donde viaravaan, ananamaso. Aduruburibi, oroboremeneme. Aduruburibi, oroboremeneme, oromoania. Larabiosa de reve. Laravarosa de reve. Aduruburibi, oroboremeneme, no more. Lo sherevese. Lo sherevese. Arribidi orabone. Adurubidi oraboramanemo. Ludubudi oraborabasa. Adurubu no musi silivi. Adurabarabi oraboramana musa. Luduburibo salaravasi. Luduburibo salaravasi. Romerabiosa laravasa. Duruburabi oraburabusi. Adurabarabio nananamasa. Alurubusa salereve. Aduruburibi orabura menemi oramoanio. Alurubus lirivi nananamasi salereve. Roverebi oroboromenemi o nananamasa. Aduruburibi o salerevia salereva. Aduruburibi o salerevia salereva. Raverebi oroboromenema. Aduruburibi orobosa salerevia. Alo salarava ani. Aduruburibi salarevea. Raverebio nananamasa. Shio salaravasa. Aduruburibi yoroburabarabuse. Larabaando salerevu. Aduruburibi yorobowunda. Adurubu shiyerevasi. Loroburoba. Aduruburova. Aduruburova salereveo. Lorobu na 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 masi. Loroburova salerevo na 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 masi. Aduruburibi yoroboramanami unamuania na 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 ma. Ro va sha anana masi. Luruburibi yoroboramanami o na 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 ma. Ra berebe en derebi yorobusa. Do selirivi ne 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 misa. Ado selirivi ne 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 misa. Aduruburibi yoroborebuse. Abibiribi osa derebese. Aduruburibi yoroboramanamio na 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 ma. Aduruburibi yoroboramanamio na 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 ma. Aduruburibi yoroboramanamio na 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 masi. Liribi erebese selerebe. Aliribi erebese selerebe. Shioroboroma sanana nama. Aduruburibi yorobore menebi yorobosia. Aluruburibi yorobora menemi yoromusia. Aroberebi oselereve ania selerevo. Aroberebi yorobo ani. Aloroberebi yorobo ani selarayarava ane. Do shalarevi arava. Roberebi yorobo uni selarevia. Roberebi yorobo uni selarevia. Aduruburibi yorobo ramanami yorobo ani. Aduruburibi yorobo rabarebi yorobo uni selarevia. Laraba anderevi aravasa. Lorobo Roma, Silidevi. Aduruburuba, Silidevi, Adidevi Orobona. Aduruburibi Oroborebi Oroboani. Aluruburibidibiorabarabiorobosa. Salara Baharea, Salirivio, Salara Vasia. Aduruburibidibiorabaramanamasa. Aduruburibidibiorabaramanamasa. Ribidibio, Salirivi. Aduruburi, Siorabo, Salirivi. Aduruburamanamiorabarabosa, Salirivi. Aduruburibidibiorabaramanamio, Nananamasi. Larabaando, Salirivi. Larabaando, Salirivi. Shiorabone. Aduruburibidibiorabosha, Salirivi. Aduruburibidibiorabosha, Salirivi. Aduruburabidio, Larabaharea, Salirivi, Aravasi, Salirivo. Loraburebo, Salirivi. Loraburebo, Salirivi, Laravioroboana. Aduraburebidibion, Musa. Lorioroburemo, Salirivia. Loraburoba, Salirivia, Sioroburamane Moania. Rabidebe and the Viorobosa, Salirivia. Aduraburabarabioroburabarabior, Shalarava. Aduraburibiribioroburabarabior, Shalarava. Alorabureberebiorobuania, Nananama. Alorioroburabarabiorobuania, Nananamase. Aduraburibiribioroburomene Musa, Salirivi. Larabarabiorobuania. Larabareberebiorobuania, Nananama, Saliriveo. Adurubus Saliriveo, Shalaravasi. Alorabunda. Salaramasi Salirivi. Aluruburibibi, Uraboramanamio, no, Musia. Aduruburibibi, Urabosa Salirivea. Aduruburibibi, Uraborabibi, Urabose Salirivea. Robere biorobo sasalere veo. Aduruburi biorobo ananama. Revere biosalere ve. Robere biosalere via la yaravano. Aduruburi biorobo ramane mio salere vi. Allora borabere biosalere va. Aduruburi biorobo ramane mio nananamasi. Robere biorobo ramane mio salere va. Aduruburaba salere Aduruburaba salere Aluruburi bioroboraba bioroborabo. Aluruburi bioroboraba bioroborabo. Aduruburi bioroboraba bioroborabo. Aluruburi bioroboraba masa. Adoraburemo salere via. Rabirebo salere veende. Saluruburi bioroboromene mioromoania. Aduruburi salarava ananamasa. Lorabure miorabona slirivi inde. Aduruburabara miorabone. Lo shalaravasi sliriveo. Rabirebe slirivi. Laravare siereve slirivi. Aduruburi oroborabio nananama. Lorobosa silereveo, shala nanamasa silereve. Shiorobusa sananami. Loroborebo silerevio. Shio silerevasi. Loroborebe rebio nananamasi. Duruburibo silerevea. Rabere bosse dereve sio no musia. Aduruburibidibi Oroboramanamasa. Ribidibiosa Larava Andaravasi. Aduruburibidibi Oroboramanami Unamoania Nananama. Lord of the Roba Celereve. Salutabuhunda Salaravase. Rabidebe Eso Salaravasa. Aludaburibidibi Uraboramaname. Aduraburibo Salereva Ananamasa. Aludaburibidibi Uraboramanami Uraboane. Aludaburibidibi Uraboramanami Uraboane. Arabidibi Uraborabidibi Uraborabidibi Urabone. Alarabidibi Uraboramanami Uramoni. Arribidibi Uraborabidibi Uraburibidibusa. Aduraburibidibi Uraborabidibi Uraburibidibusa. Arabidibi Uraborabidibi. Arabidibi Uraburibidibi Urabuani. Aduraburibidibi Uraborabidibi Uraburibidibusa. Aduraburibidibi Uraborabidibi Urabusa. Alarabaharo Suderevi. Aduraburibidibi Urabosa. Aduraburibidibi Uraborabidibi Urabosi. Aduraburibidibi Uraborabidibi Urabosi. Alarabarabi Urabo. Aduraburibidibi Urabosa. Aduraburibidibi Urabosi. Aduraburoba Celereveo. Aduraburoba Celereve. Aduraburebo Celerevi Alarevia Nananama. Loro berebese silirevi. Ravere nerevisa. Roberebe anderevi orovosi silirevi. Aduruberevi oroboramanavio nananamasa. Aduruberebere. Sio silirevi ereve. A lot of barabarevi oroboani. Aduruberevi oroborabarabio. Aduruberevi oroborabaramasi. Aduruburibo. Aduruburibo salaravasa. Aduruburoma salerevia. Aduruburibo salereve nananamasi. Aloraburoba salarava ane salerevio shalaravasi. Aduruburibi yorobosa. Alorabo salereveo. Alorabo salereveo. Aduruburibi no musi. Alaraboroma salerevia. Aduruburibi oroborobio nananama. Adorabarabi oroborobio salerevia. Adorabarabi nananamasa. Aduruburibi oroborobio salerevia. Aduruburibi orobosa salereva. Aduruburibi orobosa salerevia. Anananamasi. Aduruburibi oroboasha salerevia. Do salereve anananamaso. Aduruburibi orobo nananamase. Loroborebo shalerevi. Aduruburibirio, Salereveo. Aduruburishi Yorobo, Salereveo. Larabahare, Salereveo. Aduruburibirio, Yoroboramanamio, no more. Aduruburibirio, Yoroboramanamio, no more. Larabarabarabi, Yoroboramanamio, Salereveo. Do sanana maso. Adurubiribiribio. Adurubiribiribio. Sudirivi. Alarabaharo nanana masi. Alurubiribiribio. Rabarabiribio. Sanana masi. Adushalirave. Adushalirave. Alurabuona saliravi. Alurabuona saliravi. Allora vorrei biossa la via, salada yara bahani, aduruburi biora barabasa. Adurubio, na masa. Rabadaba asilere. Aduruburi bio, laravasa. Aduruburi bio, laravasa, sulere. La salada yara ane. La salada ane. Adurubiribio salidavia. Allora buona salaravasa salidave. Rivirivisho salidave. Reviribio na masi. Adurubiribio raboram and musa. Lurivuse salidave. Adurubu Roma salidavia. Alurubu Roma salidavia shiorobosa. Adurubiribi yorobo ramana muse. Adurubiribi yorobo ramana biyo no musa. Adurubiribi yorobo ramana biyo no musa. Alaraba ande sidiribiyo no mo ne na mani. Allora bara mio mo ne na 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 ma. Allora bara mio bora mana mio mo ne na 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 masa. Aduru biri biri mio mo si. Aduru biri mio na 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 masi. Loro biri biri mio mo ana. Aduru roba salire via. Aduru roba shalare inda salarava no 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 musi. Ro shalaravasia. Ro shalaravasia. Aduru biri biri bio shalarava. Aduru roma salire via l'ariana vone. Aduru biri bio rabara bio shalarava. Adore shanananamasi. Adore shanananamasi. Aduru biri biri bioro bore bere busa. Alarabaano sudere via. Aduru biri biri bioro bora bara bawo na 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 musa. Aduru biri biri bio salaravasa. Loro burebo salire via sananamase. Adoro biri biri bioro bora bara bio salarava. Alare yara burebo salire via. Adoro biri biri bioro boroma salare yara bara bara bioro monea. A robere bioro bora bara bioro monea salire yara ve. A robere bioro bosia. Allora yara bosi salire ve. Adoro borabere bio salaravasa. Adoro borrebere bio na 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 masi. Adoro borrebere bio borabere masa. Adoro borrebere bio na 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 masa lere via. A little bit usi ereva na 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 masa. A lodi yoda Roma. A lodi yoda Roma. Allora bosse accelere via. Revere be endere vio na 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 massa. Aduruburi biri bio roboramene musa. Aduruburi biri bio roboro shi oroborami. Alaraba ando sulereve. Alaraba ando sulereve. Ribidi bio sulereve. Arosha larabo unda salaravasi. Aluruburi bio sulereve. Adorable ramana biorabo. Adorable ramana bioramo ania nananama. Adorable ribo. Adorable ribo silirivia. Adorable romane me ananamasi. Adorable rebe bio shuzereveo. Adorable rebe bio shuzereveo. Adorable rabe enda. Lorobo ushederevia. Roberebe celerevo nananamasi. Aduruburibiribio nananamasa. Raberebio shalereye lariani. Aduruburibiribio raboramene musa. Aduruburemo sulidivi. Larabaroma sulidivi. Luruburibiribio raboramene musa. Aduruburibiribio raboramene musa. Larabando sulleriere viana nanamasi. Roberabio sullerava sullirivi inde sananamasi. Aduruburibiribio rabovana nanamasa. Lorabure bere biora bo na 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 masi. Shalura bo unda, salara vasa silirivia. Aduru bere bere biora bora bene mio. Aduru bere bere biora bo na salara va. Salura buruba silirive ende. Salura buunda silirive ende. Aduru bere bere biora bara bara basi silirivi. Allora boroma sanana masi. Allora boroma salara masi. Aduru bere bere biora bara bara busa. Aduru bere bere biora bara bara biora busa. Anu sanana masi. Aduru bere bere biora bara bara mio no 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 musa. Shalura burama ne mio shilere vea. Allora bere bere biora bara mene mio no 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 mu. Aduru bere bere biora bara bere be. Allora bere bere biora bara bere bio shalara va. Rabere biora bere bio na 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 masa. Arubere biora bere bere busa. Aduru bere bere biora bora mana miora mo nusa. Allura bere bere biora bara bara bio. Allora bere bere biora bara bara bio. Shalita via. Allora vo sidere via. Allora vo sidere via. Si ora bo unde. Aduru bere bere biora bara bara biora bo ani. Allora bere bere biora bara mana miora bo nea. Allara bara bara biora bara mana miora mo nea. Allora bere bere biora bosa. Robere biora bora. Robere biora bora. Silly de via. Adore bere bere be ora bara bere be o na 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 masa. Allora buone salere ve shalari ara barama. Adore bere bere be o na 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 masi. Robere be ora bara bere masi. Adoro verremo salere ve dara barama. Adorable roba, vi na 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 mane. Adorable roba, vi aravana na mane. A robere vi orobo romene mi. Adorable roba, veo. Adorable roba, veo. Adorable remene mi oromo anea. Adorable remene mi oromo anea. Adorable remene mi oromo anea na 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 masi. Allora vorrei sassere. Allora vorrei sassere. Adoro vorrei ora vorrei ora moni. Adoro vorrei ora buoni. Lara bahare. Lara bahare. Adoro vorrei ora vorrei ora na musi. Allora vorrei ora vorrei ora no musi. Larava ando su di via. Adoro buri bio su di via. Larava andere vese. Allora burrama su di via. Larabasso su di via. Adoro buri bio buoni. Robert bio su di via. Adoro buri bio bussa. Aduruburibi orabarabi o suzirivi. O salarava na masa. Aduruburibi o suzirivi. Aduruburibi orabaramanabi o na ma. Ado salerevea. Aduruburibi o no musia. Rabareba asalereve. Lord Roma salerevia. A lot of aroma, solidivia, duruburibidibi, uroboramanami. A duruburibidibi, uroborabadabi, oh, let it be. A duruburibidibi, uroborabadabi, oh, let it be. Alu, shalarearavaani. Alu, shaludivi, urovoani. A duruburibidibi, uroboramanami, uromoane, nananama. Aduruburibidibi uruburamanabi urumoanea na mase. Alaraba ando solidivua shalari aravareba. Aduruburibidibi uruburamanamesea. Aluruburibidibi uruburabarabasa. Aduruburibidibi ursuderive. Laraba ande. Aduruburibidibi uruburamanamasi. A lot of rebedebi o sidivi larayarava ano. Doiburabo o shiorabo ne silarayarava ania. A durubedebi oroboramana miuramonia. A lot of remo silidivi. A lot of remo silidivi siorabo unde. Saloravo unde edidivi oraboramana miuramonia. A little bit ribo celerive. A little bit Roma celerive. A little bit of vidivio shalaravia na masea. Aduruburibibi uruburamani unamonia nananama. Salarayara veremo silirivi. Salarayara veremo silirivi. Adon duruvu one. Adoruburebibi urubuana. Adoruburebibi urubuana. Laraba ande silirive. Rabide bo osa. Robide bio silerivani. Laraba ande revese silirivio. Adurubiribi urubuana silirive. Adurubiribi nananamase. Ravide vasa siliriveo. Rosha lirivi indi silirivi. Adurubura mereme nananamasa. Adurubiribi uruburamaniyo nananamo. Adurubiribi silirivi. Ro verevia de vasa silirive. Adurubiribi uruburamaniyo silirivi. Arosha larava. Adurubiribi uruburamaniyo urubuania. Rabiribio silirivi. Aduruburama silirive. Allorabirabiuraburoma silirivia. Allorabiribio na massa silirive. Shio silirivia. Allora ano. Adurubiribiuraburabasa. Adurubiribiuraburabarabiurabuana na massa. Allora bohusha dirivia. A robere biura busha dirivia. Lorabo asadereve. Aduraburi biribi yorabona. Aduraburi aliviona. Larabaharea sirivi. Larabaharea sirivi. Aduraburi biribi yorabora mereve. Aduraburi biribi yorabora saderiaravanoa. Alorabo wunde saderivi aravanoa shadirivi. Reberebio sudirivi. Raberebe esudirivi sio sudarava. Luraberibi uraboramerevio no busia. Lo shalaravasa. Lo shalaravasa silereveo. Luraberibio no musia. Aduraburi biribi uraboromerevio na ma. Lurabiribio shalaravia na mase. Rabirebe esederevoa shalirevia. Aduraburibi uraboramereme ananamia. Aduraburibi uraboramereme ananamase. Rabiribio salerevia. Rosalerevia uravo no musia. Aduraburibi uraborameremio no musia. Aduraburibi uraborameremio salerevea. Allora buona salerevea. Rovere bio shalerevi duruburibi orobosa. Duruburibi oroboani salerevea. Rovere bio orobosa salereva. Rovere bio orobosi salerevio. Rovere bio orobosi salerevio. Allora buona salerevani. Aduruburibi oroboramanemi onomonea. Dos laravasa. Aduruburibi oshadivina. Aduruburibi oroboramanemi no muse. Ra shalaraya na masa. Ra shalaravia na masa silereve. Adorable Roma, Siliveo, Shilivi. Lara yara brevere mi yorabo ni, Silivi yara yara vasa. Adorable ribibio, Shiliveo. Adorable Roma, Silivi. Adorable ramene mi yorabo ni, Siliva. Adorable ribibio, yorabo ramene mi yorabo ni, na 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 mase. Salutabu unde, Salaravasi. Salutabu unde, Salaravasi. Allorabu ramene mi yorabo ni. Adurabu Roma, Salaravasa, Salarave. Allora yorabu ramene mi yorabo ni. Allora yorabu ramene mi yorabo ni, Salarave. Aru vidivi yorabo shi. Lora borame de mio na 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 masi. Anduru buri biri biura borame de mio na 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 maso. Lora bo ossa de reve. Aduru boroma sa de revio na 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 musi. Rove de bio salara vasi. A rove de bio sa na 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 masi. Aduru buri biri biura borame de mio na 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 musi. Shalurabu unde salarava. Aluravu unde shalaravase. Aravadebio na 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 musa. Alurabadibidibio rabaramedemio na 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 mu. Aduraba asa de revea siorabo na 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 musa. Avabadebio larabahari sio na 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 masi. Adurabadibidibio rabasa de revea. Adurabadibidibio raboana. Aduraburiba silirivio. Adurabu ida siya laravaano. Rabadebiorobo romadebio nananamasia. Alarabarabedebio shiorobo romadebio shananamasia. Adirivi inde silerevea. Alorebedebiorobo ramademiorobo adia silirivio. Aru Shalarabahara. Aru Shalarabahara Silerevea. Dosalerevi inda. Roberabio Silerevi. Roberabio Silerevi. Reverabio Silerevi Siyorovunde Anananamasa. Lana masa celereve. Duruburibi yoroboramane masi. Roverebio nanananamasi. Alloroborebo celaravaano. Aduruburibi yoroboona celaravaano. Alurubu celerevia sioroboramana mase. Aduruburibi yoroboramane mio musa. Aduruburibi yoroboramabasi. Alloroborebo. Aduruburibi nananamasi. Ra berebe enderevi yorobosa. Roberebi nanamase. Andorobo oselerevese. Osa nananamasi. Los laravasa. Aduruburibi yorobo na salarava. Aduruburibi yoroboramerebi yorobo na salarava. Ari biribi yorobo nananamasi. Aduruburibi yorobo nananamasa. Aluruburibi yorobo ramanamia nananamasa. Raberebi yorobo roma sudirivi. Aduruburibi yorobo ramanami yorobo anea. Luruvusa celeriera viorobuana nananamasi. Luruvusa celeriera varamanamia nananamasi. Aduruburibi vioroburebio no 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 mo. Alaraba ande celerevea. Aduraburebi yorobuni. Adurubore berebi oslerevi. Allora berebi oslerevi. Adurubere berebi ora barabarabasa. Allurubere berebi ora barabarabio oslerevio. No, sanananamase. Allurubere berebi o nanananama. Adurubere berebi ora barabarabio oslerevi. Laraba sellereve. Larava sellereve. Shioravosa. Adurabiribiorabo nananami. Adurabiribiorabo nananami. Laravarabarabiorabo nananama. Adurabiribiorabo ramanamasa. O sellereve ena sellerevi. Adurabiribiorabo ramanamasa. Adurabiribiorabo sellerevi. Rabarabiesi horabua nananamasi. Aluruburibi horabaramanabi nananama. Aluruburibi horabarabi. Shiorobosa Silirvia. Shiorobosa Silirvia. Adurubiribi Oroboramanamasa. Anur Shalaravia. Anur Shalaravia. Na 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 mane. Adurubiribi Oroboramanamasi. Anur Shalaravia Rava. Roberabio Silirvia. Adurubiribio Silarava. Adurubiribio Silarava. Adondiriviante, Adurivusa. No Shilaravasa. Adurubiribio Roborabarabasi. Adurubiribio Roborabarabasi. La na 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 mase. Roshalorabo wunda silirivio. Reverebio raboraberebio na 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 masa. Aluraburibiribio rabo silirivi. Aluraburibiribio raboraberebio rabole siariarava. Ano sanananama. Adurabureberebio raboramanamasi. Viviribio silirivio. Viviribio silirivio. Allo shazaravare. Allo shazaravare. Aduruburibi oroboreberebi orobosi. Allora boassa derevi neneande sadarava. Aboverabi oroboreberebi. Alluruburi biribi orobose. Aroberebi o darabahara nananama. Aduruburibi orobo. Ado shaderevie silerevi orovosa. Aroberebi oroboreberebisa silerevi. Aroberebi oroboremenema. Aroberebi oroboreberebisa silerevi. Ado diriviande. Alurubureberebio shilereva. Alurubureberebio shilereva. Lora Baramene me namasa. A ruby de biora bere busi. A ruby de biora bere busi. I don't driviana namase. Allora vorrei biona namasa. I do bere biora bosasa de vi. Allora berova shalarayara varamana miona moanea namasi. Shalurubu unde sidirevi. Shalurubu unde sidirevi. Oh, namase. Allora berrebo sidirevi. Adurubu rabere biorobo namasi. Adurubu rabere biorobo namasi. Allora vorrei ora vorrei bio massa. Rividi viora vossassa delle vea. No salaravasi. Allora vorrei vedere ora buana. Salaria de barabarabi ora vorrei. Adoro vorrei vedere ora barabarabi ora boramana mi ora mani. Adoro vorrei vedere ora boramana mi ora mani. Allora vorrei vedere ora bo. Larabanamana mi ora mani. Larabanamana mane. Sedere vi ora vossa sedere via. Adoro vorrei ora boramene mia. Adoro vorrei ora boramene mia rebase. Allo salora buona. Rabere bassa dere veo. Rabere be essa dere via. Laraba nana massa. Adoro vorrei ora bossa. Adoro vorrei ossa dere vea. Robere bios laravasi senana massa. Robere biosa dere via. Aduruburi biri biura buramana miana nanama. Roa sadere via suluruvusa. Aduruburi biri bio nananamusa. Allora bovusa dere via. Allora bovusa dere via. Robere biosa dere vasa. Rabere bi esi yoravosi sidere via. Rabere biosa dere via. Aduruburi biri biosa dere via. Robere bi esi dere via. Robere biosa dere vasa. Aduruburi biri bio nananamusi. Don dere via nananamasi sidere veo. Rosha dere bio nananamusi. Aduruburi biri bio robaramana mio nananamasa. Aduruburi biri bio robaramana mio nananamo. Aduruburi biri bio robaramana mio nananamo. Ababara bio rabani. Rabere besa suvere via. Aduruburi biri bio robaramana mio nananamo. Aduruburi biri bio robaramana mio nananamo. Laraba an de ve. Aduruburi biri bio robaramana basa. Adurubu os de via. Laraba as de ve. Rabadebe es de via sio nananama. A little bit of whatever nananamasi. A little bit of whatever salarava. A little bit of whatever nananamusa. A lot of rabbit be. A lot of rabbit be via sio nananamasa. A little bit of whatever me. A little bit of whatever me. A little bit of whatever busa. Ananamani Sidivia Siora Vohanea. A robert of Yoda Revenivio Nanana Massa. A Durabarabet of S Sidivia. A little bit of Yoda Sassideve. A little bit of Yoda Rabbit of Yoda Sassideve. A rubit of Yoda Sassideve. A Durabaramane Siora Vo. A Durabidi Yorabarabasi. A Durabidi Yorabarabasi. A Lurabidi Yorabarabi Yorabaremenemo. A Robedi Yorabaramanami Anamani. A Durabidi Yorabarabi Yorabaremenemiana Nananama. A Durabidi Yorabarebisa. Alas, so that ever ende. Dorabo Nananamosa. A little bit of basi. A robert of yo na masa. Robarabi orabo nananama. Don de vi de misa. Allurabarabi orabarabi o nananama. Rabarabe and the viana nananamasa. Durubarabi orabarabi o nananamusa. Durubarabi orabaramanami o nananama. Dos lereve. Rabarabi o lerevi. Rabarabi o lerevi. Adurubarabi orabarabi o nananama. Allurubarabi orabarabi orabose. Adurubarabi orabarabi o nananama. Lirivi erevi orabarabi orabo na salirevi. Ra shalere enda salere veo. Ra shalere enda salere veo. Rovere bio salere via. Aduru bide bide biora baramana mio salere via. Lorabo o salere via. Larama ando salere via. Larama ando salere via signora você. Aduru bide bide biora baramana mia. Raberebe es lirvio nananamasa. Ribiribio salarava. Loraberebio salirvia. Loraberebo salirvia. Shalurabu unda salaravasa. Aluraberebo salirvia nananamase. Aduruburibibi Musa. Roshele viora vouna celere via. Adurubere viora voramene masi. Solora vouna. Siora vounda celere vea. Adu celere vio celere va. Anu senana masi celere via. Arrovere viora bose. Arrovere viora bose celere veo. Adurubere viora voramene viora moane. Adurubere viora voramene viora moane. Adurubere viora bosi. Lara bara viora bo. Lara bara viora boane na 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 masa. Adurubere viora boshe siliri vi. Lara bara viora mo lara va. Lara bare viora buona lara vi. Adurubere viora bara na 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 ma. Satu siliri viora vo. Satu siliri viora vosa siliri vio. Robere vio lara bahane. Adurubere viora bara vio siliri ve. Rosha lara viara va andi. Do salere via salere va. A little bit biora baramana mio na musa. Rovere bio salere via salere vasi. A duro bit biora barabosa salere va. Do salarava na masa. A duro bit biora baramana mio na mu. A lara bara biora bara bio na musa. I did it be yet a be or whatever be or whatever be na me. A little bit be or whatever see. A durable be or whatever be or bossa. Allora barabara biosho zerevi liviane. Duri biri biri biura bara bere bio no 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 more. Allora berebo sirivi. Allora berebo sirivi. Allora biri biri biura bara bere bio na 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 ma. Allora biri biri biura bara bere biura boani. Aduru biri biri biura bara bere biura boonda. A robere bio sirivi. Allora berebo sirivi. Aduru biri biri biura bara bere bio na 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 ma. Aduru biri biri biura bara bere bio na 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 ma. Rabere besi ora bo na 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 masa. Allora ba on di via na 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 mase. Liri vi ora bossa sellere veo. Aduru biri biri bio no 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 musa sellere via. Aduru biri biri bio lere bo na 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 ma nea. A robere bioro bo robere bioro bo ramene bio na 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 ma si. Aduru biri biri bio sellere via. Larabia na 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 masa. Rabere bio sedere via. Durubure bere bio sedere vasa. No sedere bio sedere via. Adurabona sedere via. Aduraboro mere mio sedere via. Adarabara mio ramone de ande. Allurabure bere bio bere mana mio ramone. Durubere bere bio bere bere bio na 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 masa. Allora bere bere bio bere bere busa. Adorable na 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 masa. Allora bere bere bio bere bere bio lire via. Adorable bere bio se dire veo. Adura bara me na 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 masi. Alura buri biri bi ora bara me masa. Alura bara bere bi ora bara bere bi o na 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 masi. Alura buri biri bi ora bara bere bi o salarava. Larabaremo silirivia siaravana silerevo shalerevie leri enda aduruguri bidibiora boramanama adurubore benebio nananamasi lo shalaravasa silerevea aduruburi bidibiora boramanamiona moania nananama adurubiri boramanamiona moania nananama Larabahare, Silirevia. Aduraburi bidibi uraboramana mi uramoania nananamase. Alaraba ande, Silirevia. Adurabu unda, Silirevia. Allorabo, Silirevia. Allorabo, Silirevia. Allorabo, Silirevia. Adurabu, nananamasa. Adura vuvu na 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 masa. Alana va na 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 mase. Aria shiorabo. Aria shiorabo se. Adura bidi bidi bi orabo ramana mi o no 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 mo. Aribidi bi orabo rebede bi orabo na 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 mo. Alana va de deve se. Adurabare berebio salereva. Adurabaro na 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 masi. Adurabaro na 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 masi silirivio. Allora boana. Allora boana silirivio. Adurabare berebi. Ribidibio silirive. Alluraburebo silirivi. Rabarabiorabare menabianama. Aduraburi biribi urabure berebusa. Alluraburi biribi uraburamene miana na 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 masi sirivio shuderevea. Lorabarebo Salidavi. Do Salaravasi. Lorabuunda Salarava Sidivi Yoravose. Roveravio Salaravi. Roveravio Salaravi Sioravosa. Saloravosa Salarave Andanayando. Adurabiribi Yoravaramani. Adurabiribi Yoravaramani Sio Lanaba Andi. Shio Salarava. Shalo Salarava. Alurabiribi Yoravaramani no Musa. Alurabiribi Yoravaramani no Musa. Adurabiribi Yoravaramani no Mone. Adurabiribi Yoravaramani no Mone. Laraba ande viosa de via. Vivi de viosa de vesa celerevo. Adurabiribi Yoravarebusa. Adurabiribi Yoravarebusa celerevia. Lorabo une celerevea. Adurabiribi Yoravaramana. Adurabiribi no Musa. Alurabiribi Yoravaramana Sia Lana Mahani no Muse. Rovarabio Larabanea Salaravani. Adurabiribi Yoravaramani Yoramone. Alari Yaravarabi Yoravarabi Yoramone. Adurabiribi Yoravarabi Yoramone. La Laraba Namase. Adurabiribi Yoravarabi no Musa. Adurabiribi no Musa. Laraba Namase Suderevi. Arubiribi Yoravaramanami. Alulurubiribi Yoravaramanami. Aduruburibi Yorabaramana. Roberabio Larabasi. Aduruburibi Yorabarabio Sudirivia. Roberabio Sudirivia. Aduruburibi Yorabaramio. Aduruburibi Yorabarabio. Lord of Ram and Nanamasi. Aduruburibi Yorabarabio Sudirivia. Aduruburibi Yorabarabio. Aduruburibi Yorabarabio Sudirava. Aduruburibi Yorabarabio Sudirava. Aduruburibi Yorabarabio Sudirava. Aduruburibi Yorabarabio Nananamo. Rabadaba S. Sudirvi. Oh, Shadaraba Nananama. Aduruburibi Yorabarabio no Musa. Alaraba Nananamasa. Aduruburibi Yorabarabio no Musia. Aduruburibi Yorabarabio Sudirvi. Aru Rabadabio Nananamasi. Aru Durubio Nananamasi. Adorabura Menemi. Allora Berebi Oraboraberebu. Allora Barabarabi Yoroboraberebu Sudirivia. Aduruburibi Oraboraberebio Nananamasi. Allari Yaraba Ano. Aduruburibi Oraboraberebusa. Aduruburibi Oraboraberebusa. Aduruburibi Oraboraberebio Nananamase. Laraba andere vese. A robere bio shilire vio. A duru bere bere bioro bere bere busa. A duru bere bere bioro bere bere busa. A duru bere bere bioro bere bere busa. A loraba o dere vese. A duru bere bere bioro busa. A duru bere bere bioro busa. A loraba roma silire via. A duru bere bere bioro bo na 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 mase. A duru bere bere bio na 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 ma. A duru bere bere bio na 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 ma. A duru bere bere bio silire vea na 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 ma si silire vio vo na 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 maso. Allo shalari yara va nea. Allo shalari yara va nea. A rovere bio. A rovere bio bo ne. A dura bere bere bio bo sa silire via. Rabere bo silire veenda. Rabere esi yorobosa. A dura bere bere bio mo ani silire vo. A lot of aroma silire via. A dura bere bere bio bo na 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 masi. A dura bere bio na 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 maso silire vea. Adura bere bio sa silire via. Adura bere bio sa silire via. Alaravano. Alaravano. Alurabunda. A revere beesi yorabo leria na 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 masi. A revere be yorabo rabana mio na 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 masa. A dos lereve. Lo Salaravasi Silirivir. Lo Salaravasi Silirivir. Lo Lorobouna Salaravaso. Avere biura boramana mio nananama. Avere biura borevere bio nananamasa. Rabberebe esse derevi. Adurubere biura borevere busa. Loro bure borabi inda. Loro bo usse lereve. Adurubere biura boramene musa. Ro shalaravi. Ro shalaravi sananamane. Adurubiribiribio salaravasa. Do shalaraviarava. Do shalaraviarava. Viviribiora boravere masi. Allorioro boroma sanana masa. Allora borrebo salirivia. Adu dirian durivosa salirivia. Adu dirivia laravosa salirivia. Aliriviora boravene viura monia na mase. Allora borrebo salirivia. Allora vorrebo salire via. Adurubiribi urabaramane mionamone. Adosha loro yorabone. Arovere bioravosa salire via. Adurubiribi urabaramane mia. Arovere bioravosa. Arovere bioravosa salire veho. Arovere bio larabaharea. Adurubiribiribio shalere via ananamase. Allora vorrebbe urabura menemi anama. Allora vorrei biora boa nanama. Saliri vi ora você. Shiora vosa saliri vi. Shalora yora vosa saliri vi. Adoro vorrei biora vorrei mio nananama. Allara barebo saliri vi. Allara barebo saliri vi siora vosa. Aduraburibirio, raboramanamio, nananamuse. Allora burabe, sedere via. Aduraburibirio, raboramanamio, nananamusa. Laraba, sedere via. Aduraburibirio, raboramanamia. Aduraburibirio, raboramanambusa. Allora borraba sedere viora borremene mi indire viora vosia. Allora borrebere viora bossa accelerava. Allora borrebere viora bossa accelerava. Avrebbe viora buona. Allora vorremmo sedere via. Rova vascià salire via. Rova vascià salire via. Adurabidi viora boramene musa. Ramene be essere via. Adorabidi viora boramene mio. No ma. Adorabidi viora boramene mio. No ma. La ba andi sidiri vio. La ba andi sidiri vio. A robere biura burebere biura bossa sidiri via. Allora vorrebbe biura bossa sidiri via. Adoro vorrebbe biura boonda. Rosa dere vea. Adoro vorrebbe bio. No, musa sidiri vea. Shalereve endo salire via. Ro varaviana na massa. Rivide vio salire vea. Adoravo salire via. Adorabo salire yarava. Roshalerevea Salaravasa. Adurabure Minimiunamoania. Adurabure Minimion Nananama. Loraburebo Salerevia. Aduraburibiuraburamaniyo no Musa. Loraburebio Nananamasi. Aduraburibo Salerevea Ananamasa. Adon de Diaravane Ananamano. A little bit beautiful rea anananamano silere. Larabando silere. A laravando silere. A little bit beautiful nananama. A little vusa. Laraverevi. A laraverevi. Sioravouna. Sioravouna. Silere. Laraveramana beautiful nananama. A little bitty beautiful nananamase. A little bitty beautiful busa. A little bitty biosa let be. Larabase let be. A little bitty beautiful basi. A little bitty beautiful. A little remos let be. A little bitty beautiful. A daraba nananamasa. A rubber no musi. A duruburi busa siliveo. A laraba nananamasa. A duruburi no musi. A rubber nananana. A larabare baby urubure menemianamana. A rabbit busa silivio. A rabbit busa silivio. Robere bi orobo rebede bi orobo o na 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 masa. A little bit orobo rabere bi orobo rebere buse. A little bit orobo rabere bi orobo rebere busi. La na 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 mase. Allora bossa delle vie daravaramama. Adurabiribi orabaramana mia. Adurabiribi orabaramana mia. Adurabiribi orabaramana mia. Si orabaramana ma. Si orabaramana ma. Salori orabaramana mi oramone. Adurabaramana mi oramone. Salida via. Allora vorrebbe mi ora vorrebbe mi ora moane na 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 ma. Allora vorrebbe mi ora vorrebbe mi ora moane na 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 ma se. Aro shalari yaravani. Aro shalari yaravani. Allora vorrebbe mi ora vorrebbe mi o na 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 ma sa. Allora vorrebbe mi o salire via. Rovere essere vio. Rovere essere vio. Adurabere bio rabaramana mio namonia nananama. Allurabere bio rabaramana mio namonia nananama se. Allora borro shalere ba andi nenenamaso. Aduraburibi Uraboramanami Anama Andi Ananamaso Allora Baroba Salere Viende Adarabaраmanami Uramuni Anananamasa Arubidibi Urabo Salere Viedave Arubidibi Urabo Salere Viedave Aduraburibi Urabo Salere Viedave Alarabarabarabiuramone. Alarabarabarabiuramone. Salutabu ursalirave. Alurabiribo saliravi. Adurabarabarabiuramonea. Shiurabosa salirave. Salutabu ursa salirave. Reverabio salaravasa. Adurubidibidibiyoroborebenebio. No, 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 Musa. Adurubidibidibiyoroboramanamio. No, 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 Musa. Rabidebe ese yiravosa. Adurubidibidibie. No, 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 Musa. Adurubidibidibiyoroboramanamio. No, 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 Musa. Lora bore bere biura buania na 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 ma. Adore bere bere biura bore bere bio sudire via. Laraba aso silere vea. Lora bore bere vese silere via. Adore Roma silere via. Adore Roma silere via. Adore bere bere biura bora bara basa. Adorable Roma, silere via. Laraba ande, silere veo. Rabere basi. Shio, no, 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 musi. Allora vorrei bere bisa, silere via. Adorable Roma, silere vio, shalere vase. Adorable bere vio, rabere mio, na 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 ma. Adorable bere vio, rabere mio, na 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 ma. Ada sadara yara va no 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 musia. A robere vio, rabosa.